All right, are we ready to roll?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay, good morning, everyone. At this time, we'd like to call to order the special city council meeting of February 5th, 2022, our annual retreat. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Good morning, City Council. Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Mayor Du Bois. Excuse me, Councilmember Du Bois.
Here, still here.
Thank you. Councilmember Filsath.
Here.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Great. To start us off, I'd like to introduce our facilitator today, Mary Egan, who's going to frame the discussion that we're going to have in our agenda. Mary, welcome.
Well, thank you. This is a great day and an important day for the City Council, so I'm really delighted to be here to share it with you. I'm going to take a minute to review the agenda that we've developed with you, Mr. Mayor, and the Vice Mayor and the staff over the last several weeks. And you're going to notice that it's really a focused agenda, but it's, as always, robust. So I'm going to go ahead and ask the clerk to put the agenda up, and we'll go ahead and get started on our materials. So we are going to start the day with this discussion. We're going to hear from the council and the staff, starting with the staff this morning, giving us an update on where things are with the 2021 goals and priorities. We're going to allow for a public comment period that we've put in after we hear from staff at 10:30. We'll take a break at 11. We'll be off camera and allow us to come back and focus. At 11:10, we're going to start our council discussion of what you heard this morning, what ideas and thoughts you have around important goals and priorities for this 2022 year. About 12:45, we're going to start talking about the council procedures and protocols, your handbook status, and also important committee topic agenda items. We're going to try to wrap up about 1:45 with the idea that we will be allowing everybody to enjoy the beautiful day at about 2 o'clock. So let's talk about what it's going to take to ensure a productive day. As I noted, we're going to be off camera for our break at 10, but the rest of the time we're hoping everyone on council does stay on camera when we can, and will allow for a candid and honest conversation that will, thank you, that's where we are, perfect. We will have time for some candid feedback from the public comment period before council starts talking about what you view as your priorities for this year. And of course, we're going to have time to hear the perspectives and ideas of residents and the council. And again, I'll be moving you along, council members, like we've done in prior years, just so that we're tight and focused and we can follow along with the agenda that the mayor and vice mayor have helped us craft. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to pass it back to you to give the context of the day, why this council sets goals, and how we can frame the day as far as your perspective.
Great, thank you. Let's see, can we go to the next slide? And the next. Okay, so the city council, actually, it's since 1986 that the council has set annual policy priorities and what we've had as our goal setting. And back about 8 years ago, there was the council adopted kind of a set of guidelines that attempts to frame the intention of what we'd be doing, and the those included anticipating up to 3 council identified priorities. We had often had 5 and debated whether to go to 6, and by putting a goal of 3, it seems like we often get 4, which is better than 5. So that's one of the guidelines. And then the other was an intention that in general, these goals would carry over for maybe up to 3 years, but not necessarily 3 years, and have pass adequate milestones so that we feel that they've moved into whatever is their longer term implementation phase, not that they have vanished from city priorities, but they're not the focused priority of that year or that couple of years. And then often the priorities change more when we have a new composition to the council, and can stay relatively similar if it's a 2-year period that's the same council, unless we recognize that circumstances have changed and we want to adjust them on the basis of that. Lastly, we have a supplementing of that by input on what we're looking at from a whole bunch of sources that we've attempted to get community input, and we got a lot this year, and it's very substantive from the community. I'm sure we'll hear more from the community later when at 10:30 we have the public comment period. Frankly, one of the things I'm a little concerned about on our schedule is seeing how many members of the public we're going to have, and whether we have to make an adjustment on the timeline or the agenda for today, depending on that, because that's a variable that we don't know coming into the meeting. But we also have had the Open City Hall process for online input. We have the National Community Survey, and then we're going to have a review of the work plans, and then, as we said, the public input. So, next slide, please. So these are the adopted priorities that we have for 2021, and we're going to hear from City Manager Shikata and others. Really a summary of the progress and the work plan that has already been accomplished, and what's in progress around these 4 really very broad topics that have had a whole series of implementation elements and policies and programs that are framed around these. But I think we're a very solid and important and a timely set of goals or priorities from last year. So I think at this time, I'll turn it over to City Manager Shikata to go through his update on where the work plan is and other comments that he has. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor. All right, let's move to the next slide, please. Okay, well, just let me do a quick overview. And as the mayor pointed out, the topics and priorities that the council had identified for this past year are broad, but also very intense, quite frankly. So given that we're going to have lead staff for each of the areas report out on much of the work that has occurred. Before we get into the specifics, though, I did want to just recap for council and primarily, perhaps more so, for community awareness, that as the council knows, this effort of establishing priorities on an annual basis has existed for many, many years. At the same time, over the last 2 to 3 years, we've actually put quite a bit more structure behind the follow-up as to what happens once the council has established your priorities. And as such, we've had work plans associated with each one of these priority areas, and we'll have our leads report out on what has occurred. Now, that said, as we get into the specifics, I think it's appropriate to recognize how 2021 in particular, not unlike 2020, felt a bit like a wormhole, where don't remember where the year exactly began and where it ended, given the ups and downs and the varieties, particularly related to the pandemic, but everything that has happened as the fallout associated with the pandemic. So it can feel a little surreal, and hopefully by taking this step back and looking at what has actually been accomplished, I would hope that you would be, as I have been, really impressed with the volume of work that the council, the city organization, and the community as a whole has been able to accomplish within each one of these areas. So with that, and before I hand it off for our first focus area, I did also want to acknowledge that this represents, again, perhaps the obvious, just a fraction of the work that the city organization has been doing over the year, notably missing the day-to-day operations and programs that our staff and community members and the council is engaged in over the course of the year. So while recognizing that it does represent just a fraction of what you do and what we do, these again will hopefully represent a largely reassuring and confidence building review of our accomplishments and look forward over the past and upcoming year. So with that, next slide, please. All right, I think we can move forward and hand it off to Kylie Nose for economic recovery.
Yes, good morning, Council and the community. Kylie Nose, Administrative Services Director, and we'll move to the next slide. One of the Council's top priorities in 2021 was economic recovery. 2021 is when vaccines were more broadly rolling out as part of COVID-19's efforts by our government and our medical community. And we started to look at what does returning to normal, or whatever the new normal is. And the council laid out an aggressive work plan, or a broad sweeping work plan, as part of that economic recovery strategy with 4 tenets: manage through the pandemic, community wellness and well-being, focused business support, and then some citywide priority initiatives. And so as one of the council's top priorities this past year, staff has begun or completed work on all 11 of the subsets of this work plan. And as our city manager just mentioned, I will admit staff was quite surprised as we went back through the full year and thought, wow, look at what are the things that we've touched on. So some key things that we've touched on, or to highlight, I guess, that we've worked on over the past year. And of course, details, we did quarterly updates on this work plan, so there's a link in the PowerPoint for those as well. But key things that we did over this year was manage through the pandemic, through the community, through the workforce, ebbing and flowing, upgrading air filtration, implementing hybrid council meetings, working on vaccination protocols for our workforce and for our facilities, rapid testing and making sure that our staff are having access to that, as well as testing for the community, ensuring we're continuing those options and opportunities for the broader community's safety. It may be one bullet on here, but I can't impress how much work goes into the day-to-day of managing through the pandemic as we move through the ebbs and flows and adjust services and try and continue to adapt as we learn more, frankly, about the situation that we're in. In addition to that, try to keep our best in continuing communication with the community. We've got multiple weekly, or rather a weekly blog update through Uplift Local, and we've done other community town hall event like on specific topics. So really trying to do our best to keep everybody informed about what's going on in the organization, what's going on as a result of the pandemic and the like. So as we move through, community wellness and well-being became a really important theme over the past year because, as we all know, being cooped up by ourselves has definitely taken a toll on everybody. And so making sure that we were offering virtual programming for the community, hybrid programming for the community, and in person when possible. One that sticks out for me is the Code Art as an outdoor public art event. That was a wonderful way for us to kind of gather and liven our downtown and see each other in a safer way since it was outdoors. We also did Wellness Wednesdays for the community, hosting a series of meditation or other classes. We continue to support the business community. So we have monthly meetings on Uplift Local with the downtown and Cal Ave communities. Kara Apple, in coordination with those business areas, as well as the Chamber of Commerce, has been meeting with them on a monthly basis, trying to address needs, safety issues, updates on what's going on in the organization that may affect those. Fiber to the home is a big one that we've launched, and that was one of the citywide priorities that we are pursuing expanded community engagement on. I'm sure you've seen all of our media posts on this, the community input that we're seeking for that, and that is one that will continue into the next year. As we move through the council has also focused with staff on kind of what's the next phase, not just today, but what's the next 6, 12, 18 months look like. And so projects like the University Avenue redesign were kicked off, honing in on what our economic development activities want to be, how we want to shape them, developing an RFP for services, as well as adding a position for staffing moving into the future. The council also has taken up a lot of work on ballot measures. So what does it look like in the future? How do we sustain ourselves? How do we make sure we have a broad, diversified portfolio of revenues? And so we've been looking at ballot measures heavily, frankly, over the last 6 to 9 months, and we'll continue that in the coming year. And then lastly, the Foothills Fire Management Plan was a project as part of the city council priorities, or citywide priorities, I'm sorry, to really address the fact that we've got Foothills Park and wildfires are obviously an ever-growing presence in the Californian community, and something for us to continue to be monitoring and making adjustments to assist in that safety. So these are just some highlights. This is by no means anything. I think the biggest takeaway is that work on all of these 11 kind of priorities that the council lined out as part of this work plan have all begun. Some of them are ongoing, some of them have been completed, and some of them have taken those initial steps and have a lot of work that will continue into the next year. Next slide, please. As we look at this, these are some of the community engagement. So on the left, you'll see community engagement that we did as part of this work plan in 2021. And on the right side, in 2022, you'll see the community engagement that we're planning on doing. So excuse me, a lot of these I already highlighted. So in the interest of time, I won't necessarily go through them all. But again, some of the events that we've put on here, movie nights, the Together Again community events. We've done some polling, obviously, on the revenue measures. And as we move forward, lots of engagement on the potential ballot measures is planned over the coming 4 months. In addition, a lot of engagement on the fiber effort is coming over the next year. Working on with the chamber on how do we sustain this kind of now community that we've created through the pandemic and maintain those lines of communications is going to be a major component as we move over into 2022. On the next slide. So what does the 2022 work plan look like for this? So by no means are we done. Like I said, many things are kicked off and a lot of work is already planned and on staff's work plan for the coming year. So obviously we will continue to manage through this pandemic. The council right now is in remote meetings. We expect to go back to hybrid when Omicron and things settle down. And ultimately we'll be moving through at the council's direction, looking at hybrid meetings or in-person meetings for other governing bodies, boards and commissions, committees and the like. So again, not to minimize this, but hopefully the pandemic is on a settling horizon, and regardless of what comes, we will continue to adjust to that for the workforce in the community. We are working through reinvesting, frankly. The council has very much seen that as we see excess revenues or revenues that are above our budget, conservative budget estimates, reinvesting in the community, reinvesting in the services that are being provided. That's a high topic for us in the coming year. Ballot measures is a big one that we're working on over the coming 2022 calendar year. So there's a whole work plan, as you all know, in the community. If you're interested, is on our webpage for community engagement and stakeholder outreach for ballot measures over the coming 4 months. Focus groups, listening sessions, additional polling, as well as online engagement are all planned. Same goes for Fiber to the Home project as we move through designing and crafting what that looks like. Further, we have already referrals from the council for things to look at what is the next step look like in this pandemic. So looking at downtown, a permanent parklet program is one of the to-dos over the coming year, looking at kind of what does that redesign look like? So we'll start the stakeholder engagement on that with the contract award. And then obviously continuing to support the community through wellness and well-being with all of the various programming that we offer throughout the organization. So a lot still to come over the coming year, but also a lot that's been accomplished, frankly, over 2021. And so it was quite a wormhole, as our city manager said, I will say, and it was interesting to look back and try and figure out what actually happened in 2021. And it's pretty cool to see everything that's been done. So with that, I will turn it over to Jonathan Late, our Planning and Development Services Director, who will go through housing. Next slide, please.
Great, thank you, and good morning. Next slide, please. The City Council has had an opportunity to advance a number of its housing policy interests. We have a list here of items. I won't go over all of them, but I wanted to highlight, of course, a discussion that we had toward the end of the year regarding renter protections, where we received direction from the City Council to advance a number of initiatives, including one which was recently enacted, which was an enhanced tenant relocation assistance ordinance. And we have some other work that is planned for this year, which we'll talk about in a moment, and other items that we anticipate incorporating into our housing element effort, which was also initiated last year. This has a diverse community working group and an ad hoc that has met about 15 times, I think, last year, to move forward to identify some sites that we would anticipate future housing opportunities in that policy document. We're going to present our work to the City Council here in the next month, I believe, and give you an update and an opportunity for you to weigh in on the working group's efforts, as well as the Planning Commission's review on the housing element. That will continue through next year. Let's see, the City Council has also updated its the commercial housing impact fee. That was adjusted to increase the fee associated with that development and the housing that is needed as a part of the increased employment opportunities that are provided through commercial development. As the council knows, we responded to the passage of SB 9 and adopted an interim ordinance late last year. Excuse me, and we'll have another one for you to consider here in the next month or so. The council throughout the year reviewed concepts on the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan, and that was endorsed for further study. We have a concept now that we're going to be able to advance and move forward. And so that's some great work that has been an important milestone that was accomplished last year, moving that program forward. And then maybe I'll just jump down to the bottom here to highlight that the council has dispersed about almost $750,000 of federal grant monies to programs to help those that are most needed, the populations in our community that are most served by this additional funding opportunity. Next slide, please. So as we look ahead to this year, 2022, we will of course continue our work on the housing element. The housing element in North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan take a fair amount of resources, not only in consultant dollars, but also in staff resources to move those two significant policy efforts forward. We still have a lot more work to do on the SB 9 ordinance. As I mentioned a moment ago, we're coming back to you in another month to add another set of interim regulations to address the urban lot splits associated with SB 9. And we hope to come back with I call it a long-term ordinance here by the end of the year to memorialize our policy perspective on that. The council, of course, has given us recent direction on SB 35. We will continue our efforts on that and hope to come back before your summer break. Let's see. We're working on, and this is something that might be new to the council, is the grant for this MTC grant. We've had conversations with that agency. And we are poised to receive $800,000 to do a study for finding increased housing opportunities for the downtown university area. This is tied to the transit center there. And one of the aspects of funding that is open to us, because we have these transit center locations identified in our long range planning efforts. And then, of course, Council, we advised you that HCD had some concerns about our ADU ordinance. We happen to be making some changes to that ordinance, but we do need to advance some other adjustments to ensure that we're in compliance. It's mostly some minor aspects and mostly clarifications. I think we'll be able to bring that to you pretty quickly here in the next couple of months. And then for the balance of the year, while these may not have been actively started now, I can tell you one of them, the grand jury report, is one that we'll be picking up next week, and we'll be anticipate carrying forward these additional work plan items throughout the rest of the year. And so we will have ordinances and have those discussions with policy and services where we need to, and then on to City Council. Next slide, please. Okay, so just to highlight a couple of projects here, the first two projects that we're working on or were submitted last year are county projects. 231 grant was, I think, just approved in January, but we've been working with their staff to review that project. Of course, the council's aware of the Gang Road Safe Parking Facility in coordination again with the county that has been established. We've had another safe parking application that was approved, and we working with our colleagues on the project Home Key grant application, and so that's something that is ongoing as well as we look at that. I do want to note that our housing production was 95 net new units last year, with the vast majority of those coming from accessory dwelling units. And then as we, just to check in on where we are with the with our RENA cycle here, I want to, this is a brief summary of where we are. I want to highlight, though, the very low category here, which is showing 218 units. Permitted is probably not the best category for that heading, but I'll note that I was in a conversation with one of you last year where we were talking about Buena Vista, and we had previously reached out to HCD to see if through the city's substantial funding support for the preservation of those units, if we were able to capture that as part of our housing inventory and receive credit for it. And at the time, the city was told no, but there were some changes recently, I think as recently as last year or maybe the year before, that actually opened up the door for that. So we are able to, and we will claim those preservation units as part of our RENA. So that takes us to about 30% of our number for the very low, which is obviously not where we ultimately want to be, but a nice increase from where we've been in the past. As you look down the line on our performance on this, you can see that market rate housing, of course, as we do every cycle, it continues to be met. Where we struggle, and where every jurisdiction, frankly, struggles, is on these lower income levels. Next slide, please. And then this chart here is just a reminder of where we've set our interests in the comprehensive plan, where we would like to be in terms of housing production. This represents the midpoint in that range of housing units that were anticipated over that planning horizon. The looks like orange on my screen. The lower orange line of 829 units is what we've produced through this planning cycle to date. And then the dashed line that you see in between those is just the number of units that were being contemplated through planned home zoning pre-screenings that have gone to the city council. Now, that shows that there's some potential in that PHC process. But as the council knows, we haven't seen any of those applications come through as a formal application at this time, and there are no new PHC applications that are currently on file with the city. Next slide, please. As we look to community engagement, we've done a lot of work related to the housing element and safe parking programs. As we transition to this year, we're going to continue our outreach, and we've already had some engagement on the objective standards as directed by council. We will continue our work with the housing element working group and ad hoc, and then with our renter protection program and the direction that we received from council, we anticipate some additional outreach to homeowners and other individuals who are harder to get in some of these community meetings. So with that, I'll turn it over to the next priority topic, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Jonathan. Chantel Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager. My computer's a little laggy today, so I hope I'm not coming off incredibly slowly for the group. But one of the next priorities from 2021 was the topic of social justice. So we'll go into some information on our accomplishments, where we started and where we're going. Next slide, please. I always like to start with our equity mission statement. This is what the City Council adopted in 2020, and it drives our work on this topic. So you've heard it many times, but I will breeze through it again because it's the foundation for the work that we do. The City of Palo Alto is committed to creating a respectful, fair, and professional workplace and city. We will identify prejudices, eliminate inequities, welcome many perspectives, and use a collaborative approach to create an environment that works for everyone. The city's commitment to achieve equity in Palo Alto is the shared responsibility of our residents, organizations, governments, and other institutions. That last line is really what drove our work for 2021, where you see efforts all over the city and collaborations to do the important work in our equity journey. Next slide, please. So by the numbers, high level, what did we do? The first is in November 2020, the City Council, after extensive work through, I think, 4 ad hoc committees, adopted 17 assignments for staff as our guiding initial work on our equity topic and journey. And by the end of 2021, maybe slightly creeping into January of 2022, full disclosure, we've accomplished 14 of those 17 assignments. Last year was the first year that we did a demographics analysis survey for our board and commission members, and our intention is to carry that forward so that we understand the lived experiences and backgrounds of those that are appointed to do the city's work through the important boards and commissions in the city. The police department, in partnership with Santa Clara County, implemented their alternative response program, which is PERT, the Psychiatric Emergency Response Team. That's where you have one registered clinician working with one of our police officers, going around the city as a team in order to respond to some of our calls for mental health related services. And that has been in the works for a very long time, but with the council's push on that and the police department's continued work, we were actually able to implement that team by the end of 2021. So it's a huge accomplishment. Many kudos to all involved. Over 200 community members in the Palo Alto community joined a conversation with our Human Relations Commission focused on race in Palo Alto. One of the noteworthy things that came in 2020 as the City Council began this work is that a lot of community members had the awareness that this topic was important, but maybe not here. So last year, the HRC really started the conversation with people, and they had some participants, maybe 30%, that said that they had never spoken about race in Palo Alto before. So those conversations are foundational for continuing this dialogue and making sure that everyone feels that they belong in this community. And thanks to the HRC for doing all of that work. And then the last number is really probably understated very significantly, which is over 15 events. There were many more. I think the month of March or May last year may have had more than that by itself, but we decided to be conservative in this number. But it's art exhibits, public art, library events and story times, and other community events held that really are just honoring different backgrounds and cultures in our community, as well as highlighting the experiences of specific people in the community. So I'll have a few highlights of some of those events on subsequent slides. Next slide, please. For our completed deliverables, especially in terms of those 17 items directed by the City Council, there was the implementation of the new police record system, or RIMS, as many of us have referred to it. The importance of this item, and of course, the police chief can offer a lot more detail on all of the items for the police department, but the RIMS system really is the foundation for us being able to collect demographic data on our police stops or the police contact with the community. The City Council has additional recommendations and assignments for staff that are all hinged upon the fact that this system is in place and we can collect the data that is important to collect with this system. So that's a huge accomplishment. The next one is expansion of the independent police auditor contract scope. The City Council led this work in adding the type or additional cases for our independent police auditor to review. Palo Alto is already very unique in having an independent police auditor, and we enhance the work that that team is doing to make sure that we're getting the feedback that we need on the services provided in the city. The city had advocacy to the state on police reform legislation, and some of those bills did pass. We had a successful Women and Girls Summit, an amazing starting conversation for us to continue to build off of. That was in June this past year. Implementation of the PERT program, which I've spoke to. Streamline police policy updates online quarterly. That was feedback we received during our conversations in 2020, and the police department and IT worked together to make sure that those updates are quarterly, and if someone wanted to read our police policy, that it is available to them online. And lastly, a residency or artist registry residency selection. The public art program chose an artist that is going to be our first King residency artist to engage the community in dialogues around the topic of equity, and then also create some artwork that comes of it. And the Public Art Commission will continue that program in the future once this artist timeframe is done. Art exhibits at the Art Center, Book to Action, which was, I believe, in May last year, and there were a series of events tied to that, and so many others. Our library is also quietly offering all sorts of programming throughout the year, and especially story times, and I couldn't list them all here, but I thank everyone who's been involved in all the programs. In terms of items in progress, the staff continue to work on our employee census that will help us provide a demographics analysis for our workforce. We wanted to update the information. The employee data that we have is based off time of hire, which for some could have been 6 months ago, but for others, it could have been 30 years ago. And we really want to make sure that the data we're providing on our employee demographics is accurate. So that's something in progress right now. Development of an employee race and equity survey. We are in progress, and we should be able to roll that out within the first quarter this year. Collection of the police stop data through our new RIM system. I referenced that, but we are working on it. The state requires that our first report come out in 2023. So we'll have a year's worth of data to contribute to that first report. And just a reminder to the council and the public, we provided these stop data reports in the past, probably around 2007 onward, and then we didn't provide them for a while, and we're re-upping that process with this data that we can now collect and have some guidance from the state to collect. And then we're working with the county on a new trust program. If people are familiar with the CAHOOTS program in Eugene, Oregon, it's an alternative response program where there is no law enforcement involved to help with mental health calls for service as well. So the county is implementing a program through the city's advocacy. The county added a northern county site. I say northern because it's not as far north as we are, but it is far more north than East San Jose. So due to the city's advocacy to the county, they added a third site, and they're in the process of implementing that program, and we're making sure we stay engaged in those conversations. Working on the memorandum of agreement negotiations, the city council had an interest in just bringing up this topic in the discussion, so that's something that's forthcoming. And lastly, working on the CDAW ordinance is something that staff is in progress on now. Next slide, please. Community engagement, there's a lot. I just will breeze through the list. The Women and Girls Summit, the Town Hall on Hate Crimes, partnership with the DA's office, as well as Dr. Who from Stanford. art exhibits and programming, speaker series in partnership with Stanford, book to action library programming, public art focused on race, equity, and inclusion, the Human Relations Commission's 100 Community Conversations on Race. Last year in Black History Month, and happy Black History Month to everyone, was the Race and Equity 21-Day Challenge, and also the Asian American Heritage Month series of community events, which were amazing, a beautiful series of conversations held in the community. This year, we've launched the Calls for Service interactive map. We continue the community services and art center programming. We plan to further public art programming focused on race, equity, and inclusion, and our artist in residency is a perfect opportunity for us to do that as well. Continuing library services and programming, and continuing the collaboration with the Human Relations Commission. They'll be having their retreat soon, and we'll also understand more of the work that they intend to do this year, but we're in open dialogue. Next slide, please. In terms of our outlook for 2022, we have the intention of having a study session with the City Council on this topic, and we're organizing the details on that. Our boards and commissions have the opportunity for training on diversity in action and microaggressions. This is something we're working with an outside consultant on. So as a response to the training last year for boards and commissions, where we brought up the topic of diversity and microaggressions and interest from commissioners of continuing to understand those topics and see the relevance in the work they do. So that is exciting as an upcoming item. Workforce discussions with our DEI consultant. We finally have on board a consultant who's going to help us engage our community a little bit more, our workplace community, a little bit more on these topics of just everything from 2020 to now and our next steps on that. We spoke of the city staff race and equity survey, as well as the boards and commissions demographic survey. We completed one last year, very positive response to it. We'd like to do the same this year. So we have year-over-year data. The Human Relations Commission's efforts continue. And lastly, continue community events and engagement opportunities in partnership with community organizations. I think this is a perfect note to end on, that this conversation is something that has to happen with the community as a whole. And it's been so refreshing to see so many people in our community with the school district and many other community partners, including Stanford, that are just excited to jump in and help us with this topic and continue the conversations going forward. So that sums up all of the great work done in 2021 and some of the exciting things we have to come in the following year. And with that, I'll turn it over to our staff to present on the SCAP.
Okay, thank you, Chantel, and good morning, City Council and community members. I'm Brad Eggleston, the Director of Public Works. And 2021 was actually a really busy year in terms of staff and council's work on climate change, with the main focus on developing an update to our sustainability and climate action plan, and really making sure that that update includes a strategy to make sure the city meets its goal of an 80% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, which is what we call our 80 by 30 goal. So if we could go to the next slide. Deliverables and work completed. Staff devoted extensive analytical and research efforts into estimating greenhouse gas reduction potentials of a number of strategies, along with the estimated costs and sustainability co-benefits. And with that technical assistance from the city's consultant, AECOM, we completed an impact analysis that details the outcomes we think are needed to achieve that 80 by 30 goal that I mentioned. We presented the results of that impact analysis, as well as other SCAP updates at the April 19th council meeting last year, and then more recently gave council a progress report at its December 13th council meeting. And then as a result of these discussions with council and the motions from the April and December council meetings, we have updated the SCAP goals and key actions and crafted a 3-year work plan as a draft. We now have an SCAP ad hoc committee that this year is chaired by Mayor Burt and also includes council members Cormack and Du Bois. And the purpose of that committee is to guide the development, implementation, and communication of the SCAP. And currently we have monthly meetings. The ad hoc committee has also recruited domain experts and community activists who are participating in our SCAP working group. And then we've most recently formed working group teams that are going to start kind of digging in deeper, especially with respect to residential electrification, a key area of the work we're looking into. There'll be teams in the areas of technology, community scale, finance, and engagement, thinking deeply on what we need to do for residential electrification. Items that we're still working on include determining additional topics for discussion with the SCAP ad hoc committee. Those meetings are currently only scheduled through April, and finalizing the SCAP report. Next slide. Stakeholder and community engagement is a very important part of this process. And in 2020, we launched a webinar series that highlighted various topics in the SCAP update kind of before it was even moving very quickly. We continued that engagement in 2021 with a pre-recorded webinar series explaining our impact analysis and refining our engagement strategy, working with the city manager's office. We held 5 meetings with the SCAP ad hoc committee in 2021. We've had an average of 72 participants per meeting, so a lot of community participation. We've had 3 additional meetings scheduled for 2022 at this point. And then the working group and working group teams, as I mentioned, are meeting to provide input on aspects of the SCAP, primarily residential electrification. We also have an SCAP online survey, which has had 143 visitors and 73 responses to date. We send out monthly sustainability newsletters to 3,700 subscribers and have a 45% open rate. So very positive there. The email open rate is a little lower for our newsletters at 21%. We have a monthly climate action blog series, and we'll be launching soon a sustainability hub that will promote community interaction on climate and sustainability issues. And then lastly, we're working on a climate action pledge and community day of action, hopefully in conjunction with Earth Day this year, and also working to plan a climate action summit, somewhat dependent on the timing of the SCAP. Next slide. Outlook for 2022, we have a mid-year budget request that will be considered by the council at the meeting next Monday, February 7th, that includes resources for the SCAP. We'll also be discussing our proposed building electrification strategy with the Utilities Advisory Commission. As I mentioned, this year, we hope to be finalizing the SCAP's goals and key actions and the 3-year work plan so that we can begin the CEQA review and ultimately finalize the update to the SCAP. In parallel with some of that work, we have completed our sea level rise vulnerability assessment, which is currently undergoing peer review. And then once that peer review process is complete, we'll begin development of the sea level rise adaptation plan. And as I outlined, a very robust community engagement strategy along the way to accompany this work. And I think that's the end of my presentation, so I will turn it back.
We have the opportunity now to go right into our public comment and see what our residents have to say.
Well, Mary,
And-
excuse
yes.
me, Mary. Since we are now about 40 minutes ahead of when we were planning on the public comment, what I'd like to do is allow the council to ask any technical questions of staff on the presentation we just had, not for our discussion and discourse at this time, but just questions that they may have as follow-ups. So
Perfect. All right then.
so let's who has any follow-up questions? Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt, and thanks to staff for that really comprehensive review. I just noted 2 things I was curious about as we went through, and the first is for Director Late on housing. How many homes did City Council approve last year? How many new homes?
City council doesn't approve many. Usually that's the staff.
Do, but
So the staff approved.
did city approve?
I'm sorry, one of us cut out.
Sorry, how many did the city approve last year? I saw the 89 and 95. Is that like approval? Is that it? There were 95? Okay. Okay. Thank you. And then the PHC dotted line, that's all of the PHCs that have been pre-screened with us? That's
correct.
Okay, thanks so much. And then my next question is for Ms. Cotton Gaines. Such a lengthy amount of activities. And I just wondered if you could say how much of that was staff work and how much of that was sort of council involvement. Just as we think about council priorities, it's supposed to be something we focus on while we're waiting for Ms. Cotton Gaines to. It seemed like of all of that to me, perhaps the council hadn't been as involved as, certainly I would have hoped. What's your, evaluation of how much time council spent on that versus staff?
Mr. Shikata had unmuted as well, so I always want to make sure I'm not speaking out of turn.
Go ahead.
Okay. I couldn't necessarily put a percentage to it, so I don't think this is perfect science at all. But I think the time that the Policy and Services Committee spent on this, so there's a quarterly update to the Policy and Services Committee, and that is where we received, I'd say, refined feedback on the work that's happening. So that's an ongoing thing that the city council members are doing. In addition to some of the community conversations, the city council's been helpful with kind of encouraging other people to participate. And some of those ongoing events are linked to the city council as well. So I can't attribute a percentage, but I think that there's opportunity, like we saw this year with the study session we have planned, for the city council to engage in the dialogue a little bit more. But there has been a lot of city council work on the priority, and that is a driver for the work we do.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, obviously a lot of great progress in a lot of areas, and save my comments for later, but some quick questions. Jonathan, was the Buena Vista totals already included in that chart? It looked like it was, but I wanted to be sure. Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, okay. And then the other one was the first time I'm hearing about the MTC grant for downtown, so looking forward to hearing more about that. Do you have any quick feedback, like what are any requirements for taking those funds?
Yeah, there are, and we'll obviously come to the city council to ask if you want to accept the funds. This is not something that staff's going to do without checking in with the council first. But yeah, there are a number of requirements, and so we're vetting that with MTC, and we've got a dialogue back and forth to refine that.
Okay, great. I guess I'll wait later to hear more details. Thanks.
We'll have a report for the council.
Are there
Mayor
other
Koo.
questions?
Yes, Vice Mayor Koo.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to find out, recently the online calls for service interactive map, could the chief kind of speak a little bit to it so that it's more public knowledge?
Good morning. Thank you for that question, Vice Mayor. Yeah, absolutely. The calls for service platform is in response to last year's Department of Justice mandate, when they required us to encrypt or develop protocols to encrypt and protect the privacy rights of everyone that we encounter. And since that DOJ mandate took place, Palo Alto, as well as all the other agencies in the county, public service agencies or public safety agencies, I may say, went to the same form of encryption of radio silence. We actually never stopped working on finding a solution to that. And that's exactly the outcome, is developing a platform that's accessible. It's web-based. Anybody can go on, look at it. And it involves our calls for service. And it is all within a 24-hour period, and it stays on that platform for 24 hours. So I think it's a great solution. It is temporary. We will also be developing Citizens RIM, which is another variation out of the RIMS platform, which Chantel Gaines spoke about. But that'll probably be another few months, definitely, before that's available as well.
If I could just supplement that a little bit, I think it's worth in this retreat setting to, if you don't mind, give a little bit of backstory on that product. In that, as the chief pointed out, this immediately followed the transition to the encrypted radio communication. And as council may know, but again, worth, I think, a quick recap, given the wormhole year. That we've been looking at a variety of different ways to provide information resulting in this beta level platform that we've just recently launched. Immediately following the decision to need to proceed with the radio encryption, we looked at the example of the Fire EMS platform known as PulsePoint. And that's one that is very similar. That has a much broader actual installed base among different agencies that, just for your information, was established for people to be able to be aware of where there were cardiac events happening nearby, so that people who were skilled in CPR would be actually able to assist. And so we talked to PulsePoint and said, hey, could you do something similar for police? Where we would be able to have real-time information about calls that are happening in the area. And PulsePoint, because of its history and focus, was not interested in expanding into a police type platform, because clearly they had already established a way to work off of dispatch information and be able to then run it through their own processing and have a public-facing display. So after looking at that, we went so far as to having our IT director, Darren Numoto, look at putting together a hackathon to see if we could get community members, recognizing the great community resources that we have in Palo Alto, to put together a platform like this. And ultimately, Darren said, you know what, we could do this ourselves. And so as a result, working with the police department, the police union, and just really working through the logistics, we were able to launch the platform that we have now. And I would acknowledge that it is in a beta form, and we've received some feedback, and I know our staff will be taking a look at what we can do to improve the platform based upon the feedback received. So just wanted to provide that little history.
Thank you so much. Now, the feedback, I was just wondering, are you gathering from where?
Well, at this point, we got a lengthy feedback from one of our local media outlets. So again, our staff hasn't had a chance yet to reconnect and see what we could do in response to that. But on an ongoing basis, we'll take that along with others and see what we can do to improve the beta to the next phase.
Very good. Thank you so much.
I don't see other hands, so I have a couple of questions myself. First, it's toward Director Late, and I want to see if we could get slide number 18 back up on the screen. And so it has to do with the question of really the pipeline of housing projects. We had a whole series of PHZ projects, which are essentially PCs for housing that came forward this last year for pre-screening. And we haven't really seen a summary of the pipeline of which of those projects are at what stage, which are not going to move forward, which are intended to move forward but haven't gone to plan any submittal, but and which are further along. So Director Lake, can you give us a little better sense of what portion of those projects look like they're likely to move forward, but they're complex and take some time, and which may not be moving forward? Not project by project, just a higher level.
Yeah, I think at this point, we don't have confidence that any of them are moving forward at this time. I think it's probably a combination of, the economy and sort of, COVID has put a little bit of a wild card into some of these applications. Others have, we're maybe looking for a little more incentive than than we've been than the program was anticipated to provide. And we haven't received any new applications that have been on file. I have had a conversation with a couple of property owners. We may get a couple more that are, maybe forthcoming. But as of now, we're not actively working on any of them, and I don't have a sense that any of them are going to be going forward at this point.
All right, thank you. And then follow up on the social justice aspects, and I think my questions would be directed toward Chief Johnson. So in addition to the programs that were presented, we had a number of reforms to our policing that have been done over the last 1 to 2 years. And I wonder if you could comment a little bit on the 8 Can't Wait based reforms and the portion of those that we've adopted on increased transparency and accountability, and the police policy manual, and what portions of those have policy changes, without going into all the granular detail, and the disclosure of policies that were previously not public on certain policies, and reforms to our K-9, which is policies, which has been necessary and implemented and important. And then lastly, on the whole issue of police transparency, we've had this struggle between the state mandate on encryption and how we could continue to have the transparency to the public and the press, but also how our staffing cuts impacted what had been historic communications with the press and the public, and the transparency there, and the interrelationship of those two things.
And just for clarification, Mr. Mayor, do you want that in about a 60-second summary?
Maybe about a 2 or 3 minute, but not the 10-minute, not the 60-second, maybe.
No, I actually appreciate it. And actually, I would say to Councilmember Cormack's question about policy and council involvement over the last 2 years, I would say when it comes to the issues around police reform, this council has been very engaged. As you know, we've worked closely with the elected officials, community leaders, residents to advance the goals around race and equity. And really, Chantel Gaines covered a lot of those. But to your point, going back to even June of 2020, in response to the nationwide 8 Can't Wait, the police department worked very closely in collaboration with this council and our labor groups to proactively change our policies, and specifically around the ones that were framed at that time, the carotid restraint, no longer allowing that, and really emphasizing our de-escalation techniques and building that not only into our policy, but into our training. And then obviously, immediately after, we started looking at how we could better inform our community. And we did those live stream educational briefings, you may remember, that we offered on YouTube. We did those on a weekly basis for several weeks to provide the public with information on how policing in Palo Alto is conducted. And then in 2021, another response is that when it comes to accountability, we worked with the city leadership and this council to expand the scope of the independent auditor, as Chantel Gaines mentioned, dramatically expand that to not only just involve tasers, but really the chemical agents, less lethal projectiles, K-9 incidents, to your point, the use of firearm, and when the subject's injuries in any type of incident result in treatment beyond minor medical care. And as you've probably read, that recently came out just this week for their most recent report on that expanded scope. And out of all of it, it's a big report, but I guess I would be most proud of is the fact that they acknowledge that our department's leadership has been consistent in honoring and really going beyond its obligation when it comes to interacting with the IPA and the OIR. That we take the initiative in outreach, we ensure that they have access to the necessary materials in an unfettered way. We welcome questions and input, and we share our views with pretty extreme candor. And we remain receptive to the criticism and the ideas around reform. And to your point on the policy, as of September 2020, all of our policies, 160 policies, without getting into the granular part to your comment, they're available on the website, and there's no longer a single policy that's not available on the website. So we've really expanded the visibility of our policy for the community to access at any time. And to the comment that was made earlier by Chantel, or the update, is that we update those every 3 months on a quarterly basis. And in 2021, we did revise policies specific K9 and use of K9, and when we can deploy that, when announcements need to be made to enhance our use of that particular tool. And then obviously in 2021, we launched the PERT team, which is huge because that was a big cry of the handling of incidents around mental health. And so having that psychiatric emergency response team is going to be extremely valuable to this community as we move forward. And then to your point, or final point, was the interactive map. Really that was our goal. And to City Manager Chikata's point, it was not done by the PD alone. It was a collaborative approach. And without the help of IT, it wouldn't have been possible to get it out so quickly. And why I say quickly is we've been in this for over a year under this DOJ mandate. And I think we were the first agency in the county to have such an option available, which is quite a testament. But that does give a near real-time snapshot of the types of calls and the location of the calls for service that we respond to over the past 24 hours. And it's an enhanced awareness of those calls. So, some would say it's not the same as, when people had access to radio scanners, which is true, but to have access to that scanner, you had to be listening at that moment in time to hear that call. To where now we're actually posting all these calls that'll be available at any time over a 24-hour period. So I do think it's an enhanced way, but to count City Manager Sakata's point, it's in beta, so we're open for revision. And to your final question, I hope I've covered most of it. Yes, all of these things that you've heard over the last 2 years that we've done were with a reduced workforce, because in 2020, we did go through budget reductions. That again, we work with you, our unions, and really looking at how we can continue to serve this community with installing some reductions in the workforce. And some of those were at the management level as well. They were throughout the organization. But if we'd had a crystal ball, maybe we would have retained some of those, such as a PIO, such as some of the management positions, and obviously the officer positions, because we've taken on a lot of projects over the last 2 years that we did not anticipate we were going to be confronted with. But again, with all that said, I'm proud. Some would say that the challenges over the last 2 years have created divides, and I would actually say they've created opportunities for growth, because I actually do think we're in a better place as a community today than we were 2 years ago. So hopefully that was able to do it in the 120, 180 seconds.
I think that was very valuable because there are a lot of elements, but we often don't look at them as a comprehensive package. So Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few follow-up questions. And Chief Johnson, while I have you on here, just a quick follow-up on one thing you said regarding the service interactive map. It's there for 24 hours, but is it posted in real time? How quickly when the occurrence, whatever's happening is posted?
Right. So that's a great question, council member. And one of the things that we did in working with the IT staff and the unions in specific is really for the protection of all. We actually have those being posted usually in a 15-minute cycle after the call has been closed. And why we've done it that way is we are allowed to, and just for the community wondering, well, how quickly is that? Well, nearly I think it's about 85%, and I can get you the exact number of our calls for service are closed within about 45 minutes to an hour. So you're getting it near real time within an hour. And with all that said, I really think it's important for the community to know when we have a major incident, something of public safety for the masses, remember, we will continue to use those public alert systems that we have in place. So you will be notified immediately. But as you start to go through this platform, you'll see a vast majority of our calls are really the lower level types of calls, meaning the disturbance, individuals that are maybe trespassing, thefts that have already occurred, those kind of things. But again, I really want to reassure the public on any major incident that's happening now, we'll use our public alert systems to notify you.
And if I could,
has a comment.
yeah, thank you. If I could just supplement, always bring in the layperson's perspective on this. To note that based on the chief's comments, what the map actually shows is how much just traffic there is just in terms of the calls for service and in fact the routine, for lack of a better term, volume of calls that does occur. And as was noted, the beyond the 24-hour window, it also then provides a link to the daily log that the police department puts out, where it filters down the again kind of the routine traffic to the more notable calls that have by that time been interpreted, because all the call for service shows is what the caller indicated the need was before the officer has been able to get on scene, verify what's happening, and then ultimately file a report based on the actual conditions observed. So the log provides that interpreted and again more boiled down to issues of interest for the community.
Yeah, and if I may, just one last point, I think it's really be beneficial as we did through that 2020 with those informative briefings that we offer. I think this is another topic that would be really valuable to maybe do a YouTube and informational presentation on, because there's a lot of things you can do with that map that just talking about it really doesn't visualize. And this probably isn't the appropriate time to really walk everyone through that. But I'll make sure we start working on that so the community can get really informed on how to utilize all the things within that map.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great idea. Glad you're giving yourself an extra homework assignment, because I do think that would be really useful for the community. I think the program sounds great. I would just like to see maybe how close to real time can we get to posting. I also think it'd be beneficial for council, the department, and the city to hear from other stakeholders in this area, such as the media and other kind of police watchdog groups, to understand how important is that information in real time to them compared to what's being provided right now. I don't know. I think understanding that a little better would be beneficial for all of us. And then so thank you, Chief Johnson. Quick follow up with Director Late. You said that none of those housing projects were moving forward. The question by the mayor. But what about that project on the corner? And I'm sorry, I can't remember the address off the top of my head. That housing project on the corner of Middlefield and University. I remember hearing positive things about that moving forward. Is that now what's happening there?
Yeah, it may. I'm sorry. Let me get my video on. Thought I had done that. Excuse me. It may be. We have not heard from folks in a bit, so I'll certainly double check and check in with each of our applicants to see what the status is. Apologize, I didn't do that in advance of the meeting. We just haven't, nothing formal has come in. And so that's what I'm basing it on right now.
All right, well, wonderful. Thank you, appreciate that. And Mr. Mayor, I see I'm out of time. Should I end there, or I have one final question?
If it's quick.
Okay, thanks. I guess it'd be hopefully then a quick follow-up with Ms. Cotton Gaines. You did a great job describing the PERT program. I don't think as many people are familiar with the county trust program, and maybe if you could speak to that, just briefly, just giving everybody an update of what that is.
Yes, of course. So the county trust program, which for some of the public, they may be familiar with it before it was rebranded as the Community Mobile Response Program. But regardless of what it's called, and trust stands for something that I can't remember right now. So I encourage everyone to Google it. But nonetheless, the core of the program is that there is a team that has a van branded as the county's van, has trust on it. And the intention is that those that have some sort of mental health situation, that they have an alternative to calling the police. So within the county, there are actually a lot of programs once trust comes online. So we have, I'd say, different tiers. The PERT program, as we've talked about, is probably the most formal one, the clinician, a police officer, and they can deal with sort of the higher level calls in terms of mental health response. The next tier down is the mobile crisis response team, which is also a county program, and it's currently in existence and does serve Palo Alto. The issue that we have had in Palo Alto is the response time on that. So some folks will know that our police department will get here faster than if we call it MCRT. So the use of that program in North County has been lower. I understand that Supervisor Semidian is actually submitting something, I think a referral this week to the Board of Supervisors, asking for an MCR team to be further north. So we are doing some research on that, and I'll follow up as staff just to make sure our Palo Alto opinion can be shared on it. And then the next program, I'd say down, is to deal with any other mental health issue, which may be less of a crisis, but can be somewhere in between, is the trust program. And that one is intended to not have law enforcement involvement at all, with the understanding that some folks feel uncomfortable calling the police and that they want to still be able to have some level of service. And of note, MCRT doesn't have an officer on theirs, but they are advised by a law enforcement partner, as well as they could easily work with the law enforcement agency if needed in any situation. So the trust program, similar to Cahoots, is intended to not involve any law enforcement assistance. I hope that helps describe the three programs and the tiering of them.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I'm glad you tied it back to the Eugene program, the Cahoots program, because I think a lot of people have been familiar with that. That's gotten a lot of national press over the years. So thank you for that. And your continuing work on it, and Supervisor Semidian and everyone else. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are all my questions.
Great. Last question from Councilmember Tanaka, and then we'll go to the public.
It seems like we're doing question and comments here. But anyways,
no, we're to do questions,
update.
not comments.
Thanks everyone for the update. Really appreciate it. I thought it was interesting when we talked about the different how we're doing against our priorities. I think that's actually really important. Otherwise, it's almost no point doing the priorities. And so, I guess my question revolves around, what do other cities do in terms of trying to, when they set priorities? I assume other cities do set priorities, and if they don't, let me know. But I'll be interested in hearing what other cities do in terms of when they set priorities, measuring against those priorities, how they align incentives to make sure that there's some sort of progress against the priorities. Because I think if we just have priorities and there's not much teeth around it, we don't get as much alignment as we would probably want in terms of priorities. So I don't know if someone on staff can talk a bit about, how organizationally do we align our incentives throughout the organization with our priorities, what other cities do in terms of, measuring and trying to align the organization. If there's a way for us to do a little bit more of a quantitative scoring, right? I don't know if that's necessarily be numeric, but just listening to the laundry list of things that you guys talked about this morning, it's kind of hard to know, were all these just work that was just in progress, or are we really trying to align the organization to, as the word suggests, prioritize, right? To actually put some things above others. And I didn't really see that. So I don't know if someone could respond to, I know I'm asking a kind of series of questions, but I want to leave it a little bit open-ended so that you guys can have a bit of a room to kind of respond.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. Well, let me take the first response. And actually, I may ask our facilitator, Mary Egan, to chime in since she works with other cities. I would share that I am in conversation on an ongoing basis with other city managers. So while not intimately familiar with others as a general sense, I would say that many cities go through an exercise similar to what we're doing here today. And so perhaps the greatest distinction, to whatever extent one is appropriate, might be that some cities might be more granular in terms of what we call a SMART goal. And that's an acronym that I will butcher in trying to reiterate, so I won't attempt it, but it may be more specific in terms of what the goal for the year might be within a broad topic. So that may be a primary area of distinction. To your point on quantitative versus qualitative metrics, what I hope you saw in the report outs today were to quantify where we can, things like housing production, and even the number where we have perhaps a list of goals for the year, how many of those goals were completed. So we have attempted to be quantitative where we can, while also recognizing that many of the goals, in particular, I think just dealing with the difficult or the somewhat qualitative issues that we've dealt with are more conducive to bringing forward issues for consideration and action rather than setting a specific objective. So with that, Mary, would you like to comment?
Of course, Member Tanaka and Council, most cities do go through a similar goal setting. Some do it every 3 years as part of a strategic planning exercise where they're looking farther down and taking kind of a longer view. What you do in Palo Alto is you have a more focused prioritization of 3 or 4, as the mayor pointed out before we start. That is what this council can align on, where you want to give the staff the direction of if there is any a special time or focus, you want it to be in these 4 areas. But there's another way that you all set priorities, and as you know very well, and that's the budget. So, you know, that's another opportunity for you to, as a group, focus on what are the city's priorities. You talked about reporting back and what sort of metrics, SMART goals. Some cities do use a dashboard where they're reporting back quarterly or every 6 months on the progress that is underway on these priority areas. I think you do that with the progress reports that you guys get. We've talked about some of them today, but it's not as visual and as quantitative, perhaps, Member Tanaka, as you would prefer. But is it on time? Is it as contemplated by the council? Are there issues and concerns and barriers to completion on each of the topic areas that the city has underway?
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, yeah, thank you, City Manager and Mrs. Egan, about your response. I guess the reason why I'm mentioning this is because I think priorities actually are really important, because otherwise everything's important. And so I think prioritizing what's needed is critical for every organization, both in the public and private sector.
So, Councilmember Tanaka, we have at 11:10 our discussion of the priority progress and the 2022 priorities, which includes however we want to frame that. So that's the discussion period. This is just for questions. So if we can move on to the public, unless you have, well, you're over on that. So I think your points are valid, but they belong in the discussion period.
Okay, well, Mayor, you kind of talked over me during my time. And I do have questions, and I've gone a lot less than a lot of other council members. So I don't know if you're trying to treat all this fairly or you're just trying to.
I am. The other council
let me know how you're going to play this.
The other council members have abided by the guidelines that we have, that this is a question session and not a discussion and comment session, and you're not respecting that. So that's why I want to try to encourage us to have our discussion in the discussion period. And we had this period, which was intended to be on questions. And so I'd like to move on to the public questions at this time, and then you'll have ample opportunity for discussion and comments in that period.
Okay, well, your role is to be a facilitator, not to favor one person over another. Just remember that.
That's right. And your obligation is to follow the guidelines that we have set for each other.
Are we ready to go into the public comment period and turn it over to the clerk?
Yes, it is. So at this time, we are opening things up to the public for their comments. And clerk will have what is perhaps an expanding list of members of the public who wish to speak. Please sign up at this time if you wish to speak.
Okay, so when we're ready, the clerk will let in Mr. Lee.
Yeah, let me see how many members we have so that we can judge the time that we can allocate. So it looks like we have a very full list, and so we'll allow 2 minutes for each member of the public to speak. And our first speaker is Stephen Lee. Welcome.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Stephen Lee. I'm the Vice President of Advocacy for the PTA Council. Earlier this month, the PTAC Executive Board sent the Council a letter asking that you all prioritize mental health, make mental health a 2022 City Council priority. At the very top, I want to acknowledge that the city has been a very important and vital community stakeholder in addressing the issue of mental health within our community, in particular with respect to the mental health of our children. And we are very thankful for the city's many and continued contributions to that effort. However, with the unprecedented and unique trauma of the COVID-19 pandemic, the PTAC Executive Board believes that it is imperative that the City Council double down on prior efforts and make mental health a City Council level priority for 2022. With the continued uncertainty of the Omicron variant, and even as things return to a new normal, it is important that the city not only return to pre-pandemic conditions, such as restoring pre-pandemic funding and programs, but also that the city increase funding and create and tailor community programs and social services to address the new, unique, and lasting impacts that the pandemic has had and continues to have on the community's mental health, especially but not limited to the mental health of our children, parents, and families. We ask that the City Council take a multi-pronged approach to address the community's mental health this year. There is still so much that our city can do, both on its own and in partnership with our community stakeholders. Thank you in advance for your consideration, and we hope that you make mental health one of your priorities for this year.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Darlene Yapley, to be followed by Hamilton Hitchings. Welcome.
Thank you for the continued support by all council members and city staff who have been working to mitigate the harmful aviation impacts to residents. It is appreciated. We look forward to your focus on GBAS and additional areas in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hamilton Hitchings, to be followed by Greg Schmidt. Welcome.
How can the city best serve us in 2022? By restoring the deep cuts to city services it made at the beginning of the pandemic. What should we restore? The services cut. This includes restoring library hours, firefighter positions to combat our next fire season and improve response times, police officers and investigators to combat the recent spike in violent crime and theft. Where do we get the money to restore these services faster? This year, we should use the budget surplus to accelerate restoration of services unlike last year. We should restore the utilities contribution to our city services through a utility tax or transfer. Lastly, we should pass a business tax to not only finishing restoring our services, but also to help pay for affordable housing and grade separation. Please make Restore City Services a goal for 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Greg Schmidt, to be followed by Mark Scholl. Welcome. Former Vice Mayor Schmidt, are you able to log on? Can't hear you.
Thank you. The
Great.
biggest threat to Palo Alto's quality of life is the concentrated growth of new businesses and housing in one of the most expensive and unequal housing markets in the country. Palo Alto already has the highest ratio of employed workers to employed residents of any city in the country. But businesses pay only 1/3 of local taxes. What to do? Limit business expansion and foster real affordable housing. Publish data every 6 months that show approvals of new office space and new housing units. 2, get businesses to pay their fair share of local government taxes. Property taxes or employment taxes must be increased. 3, get Stanford with their $40 billion endowment to contribute a modest amount to local government costs. Other private colleges with large endowments are doing it. New Haven, Yale, and the state of Connecticut just negotiated a $60 million annual increase in fees to cover the shortfalls of tax-exempt properties. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are now closing the sign up for public comment. And our final speaker is Tim Hellig. Our next speaker is Mark Scholl, to be followed by Mickey Swin. Welcome.
Thank you. Palo Alto has a serious and growing air traffic issue that needs attention. And I will note that much of the problem is not from NextGen, but from incremental changes since NextGen. This past December, SFO deployed monitors in Palo Alto. One of their key metrics is how much and how frequently does air traffic add to ambient or background noise levels. Palo Alto's score was the highest of every city SFO measured except Foster City, which is directly under SFO's final approach. We now face a decade of major new changes as SFO introduces its new GBAS landing system. Initial modeling and actual flight tests by United indicate major problems. Some are GBAS specific, but many relate to the design of the underlying FAA procedures. Citizen activism has pushed SFO to begin talking directly with Palo Alto about GBAS, but we cannot lose sight of the fact that SFO is doing so in the context of a clear and objective plan, which is to implement GBAS over us. Is the city staff ready? Do they understand how GBAS works enough to actually shape it, rather than to become a checkbox so SFO can claim outreach? I've always advocated for the city to take a lead on air traffic issues, and I trust it will. But that will not be enough. The city needs to become much more immersed in the nuances and complexities of these issues to be effective. This, I believe, needs to be a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mickey Swin, to be followed by Rebecca Ward. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, I'm Mickey Sun. I'm a resident of Palo Alto for 65 years. And I'd like to challenge the council members and anybody else who's listening this beautiful morning to use your imagination and possibly think out of the box. I want you to imagine a 1960 Volkswagen Bug, an engine that is not very efficient, has no pollution, no catalytic converter, nothing on it. Now miniaturize that engine and pour oil into the gas tank and strap that on somebody's back. Now this person would be your gardener. He is running around every day from 5 to 6 hours a day, blowing and blowing and blowing. Now imagine him doing this every day, now 5 to 6 days a week for the next 15 years. Can you hear me still? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Now this is what's been going on for the last 15 years with this ordinance not being enforced for the gas blowers. Now, a gardener, he doesn't really concern himself about his health. He's mostly concerned about getting the job done or what his boss tells him that he has to do. So he has this machine strapped on his back, and there are about 50 or more gardeners running around Palo Alto day after day, blowing and blowing and inhaling this gas. Probably worse than smoking 2 or 3 packs of cigarettes a day. Now, over here by Seal Park, where I live, the gardener comes and blows and mows right across the street from where the children's play area is. Now, if you sit there when they're doing this job, you can smell and inhale all the gases that these blowers produce. So I think really, as far as the health of the people who are doing this job is concerned, if nothing else, we really ought to enforce this ordinance and stop the gas blowers once and for all. We have a chance to do it if the council will, and the police officers and all the people in Palo Alto choose to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Ward, to be followed by Karen. Welcome.
Please prioritize mitigation of jet traffic. The latest SFO noise monitoring reports and SFO aircraft density maps for Palo Alto affirm many residents are subjected to high levels of jet noise and concentration. The FAA has been allowed to concentrate 3 low superhighways of traffic over our community. The airport recently conducted real-world testing and finally acknowledged the busiest superhighway over us, Surfer, is so poorly designed that it requires many planes to fly dirty. That means planes make excessive noise because they deploy speed brakes, flaps, and landing gear to create drag. Instead of fixing Surfer, the airport wants to overlay GBAS procedures on this dirty route to increase airport capacity. Protecting community health is one of the most important jobs of public officials. Numerous studies have found adverse health and learning impacts related to jet noise. Further, planes emit high concentrations of ultrafine particulate pollution. UFPs are unregulated and unseeable, but among the most dangerous due to their small size, which allows them to be breathed into the lungs and pass into the bloodstream. In the Bay Area, inversions trap particulate matter near the ground and in the air we breathe. You can observe that today. You care about the issue, but you have not made it a priority. Instead, you have mostly left advocacy and review of airspace procedures to citizens instead of the city. On the City Council website, it says one of your key responsibilities is to make final decisions on all city matters. But when it comes to the airspace over Palo Alto, others are making the decisions. An example is happening right now. The airport has asked only the SFO Roundtable, who have rejected Palo Alto's request to join, to approve GBAS landing procedures over Palo Alto. You need qualified personnel with deep industry knowledge and tenacity within Palo Alto city government, specifically tasked with mitigation of jet traffic. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen, to be followed by Christina Schmidt. Welcome.
Good morning, and apologies, the last name didn't show up. It's Karen Holman. Thank you for spending your Saturday setting the priorities for this year's work. At the October Council meeting regarding adoption of the updated tree ordinance, I said that with passage of the ordinance, the Council could positively influence more aspects of life in Palo Alto than virtually any other single action you might take. Speaking to the priorities, climate action. There are volumes and volumes of material on climate benefits of trees and how they remove greenhouse gas from the air. There's no need to do research. The benefits of the healthy canopy are readily identifiable. The time to focus on trees, just like climate change, is here. Trees are integral to that effort. The entire issue of the National Geographic is focused on canopy, for instance. Please also refer to the canopy submission for today's meeting for just some of the material that's available. Social justice. Neighborhoods with healthy canopy are healthier themselves. Trees all over town are battling for survival. I note the comments from Lynn Chiapello at last Monday's council meeting, but Palo Alto has some areas that do not benefit equally from tree coverage and the associated advantages of improved quality of life, lower temperatures, less noise, less air pollution, slower traffic. Economic recovery. Trees enhance property values and create attractive shopping and dining environments. It's in the research. Trees are a focus that add beauty. Please include tree-specific actions as part of your climate action priority, and in doing so, support the adopted urban forest master plan, which is currently underfunded. Speaking just a bit more to economic recovery, I appreciate very much the council is moving forward with economic development staff. Along with that, it is essential that a focus be put on the arts and culture because they are essential to economic development. Unfortunately, Palo Alto is lagging, if not remedial, in this area, and the retail sector does not live up to its potential due to the lack of activity engagement in this area. While typical, these are just a couple of examples. The city of Mountain View, when it hired a new economic development director not long ago, included the arts in his job description. Bloomington, Indiana, our new sibling city, includes the economic development department, the arts department staff. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christina Schmidt, to be followed by Carrie Yarkin. Welcome. Christina, you should have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Burt and members of the Palo Alto City Council. My name is Christina Schmidt, and I am the president of the Palo Alto Council of PTAs. Thank you for this opportunity to offer suggestions for the City Council's 2022 priorities. We believe that mental health is an ongoing issue in Palo Alto, and we acknowledge the many efforts of the city to address mental health, in particular with respect to our children and youth. Please make mental health a 2022 priority again. Mental health has been a critical priority for the PTA locally and across the state. Over the last 2 years, we have watched our community struggle with new health issues and rise together to find solutions to mitigate the impacts of the pandemic. We ask the City Council to prioritize social services and community programs by allocating additional funds to address the mental health impacts of the pandemic. 2, to direct the city manager and the Office of Human Services to explore additional efforts and community partnerships to address mental health impacts of the pandemic. And to direct all city departments to identify and evaluate how existing community programs and resources can be leveraged and adapted to address mental health impacts of the pandemic. We thank you for considering our request, and we know it will mean a great deal to our parents and community to understand that the City Council will prioritize families first by making mental health a 2022 City Council level priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carrie Yarkin, to be followed by Amrutha Katamuri. Welcome. Carrie, you should have the floor. Carrie, we'll loop back to you and give you another opportunity later, and hopefully you'll have your mic. Amrutha Katamuri, to be followed by Aram James. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, Mayor Burt and City Council members. My name is Amrutha Katamuri, Deputy VP Health and Wellness, Palo Alto Council of PTAs, speaking on behalf of Indira Selvakumaraswamy, VP of Health and Wellness Committee, Palo Alto Council of PTAs. We thank you for this opportunity and considering our request. The COVID-19 pandemic has created an unprecedented number of issues we've had to face. It has disrupted our habits, health, and well-being. Human activities limited by lockdowns and reduced interpersonal interactions with the recommendation of physical distancing have become a trigger of mental health issues for many. A broader picture of the influence of the pandemic on mental health is also reflected by the increase in the number of mental health issues that are being reported. The WHO has reported an increase in loneliness, anxiety, depression, insomnia, harmful alcohol drug use, and self-harm or suicidal behavior. The physical isolation, a shift into virtual mode, loneliness, and fear of being infected has caused more than just anxiety. For a lot of people, a sudden cut off from social interactions meant the worsening of their mental health condition. All these issues are seen not just in our students and youth, but also in parents and adult community members as well. Therefore, it is imperative that the city, being an important stakeholder in addressing the issue of mental health, must continue to keep the focus on it and make it a high priority for this year. We respectfully ask that you consider our request letter we had sent and allocate funds and continue to provide support for the various social services and community programs that help in alleviating mental health issues in our children, their families, and other community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Jennifer Landesman. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor. So our police department, infamous rogue police department, was featured on Channel 2 News last night. Front page of the Post on the online. We are Agent Enberg, who was responsible for partly responsible for the vicious attack of Joel Enberg, is back in the news. Enberg, in my estimation, needs to be fired. The police department, in some ironic way, decided that the fact that he didn't give a warning was problematic, but the fact that he allowed that dog, that vicious, vile dog that we've all seen in the tapes, ordered him to bite Mr. Oleo somewhere between 30 and 40 times, is a human rights violation of the first order. We have a hiring of a new chief this year. I'm going to push Ed Chicata hard not to make it a secretive process. We have a terrible chief in Robert Johnson. We all know that. Now he's got the nerve, good luck with that, with running for sheriff, taking a bad police leader and giving him a bigger field to practice his rogue policing on. The 46-page police report that I stayed up late last night reading, not police report, independent police audit report that's coming on the city council agenda on February 14th is item number 11, but only an informational item that night. I'd ask you, Mayor Burt, to make it an action item. Police practices issues, as we all know, has been a critical issue. So we need to give it more attention than that. In addition, I saw Janati Shanir's report on the utilities department and the death of the young black man. That's going to need to be explored this year as well. An amazing article. And then the continued thefts that the police department doesn't seem to care about at the Altari Walk on San Antonio Road that Greg Tanaka brought up in an earlier meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jennifer Landesman, to be followed by Carrie Yarkin.
Good morning, Council. I'm part of Sky Posse, a loyal group of 1,600 subscribers to the Sky Posse monthly newsletter, many who report excessive aviation noise daily. Pre-COVID, up to 600 people were reporting, and during COVID, with less air traffic, that number is around 200 people. A quieter Palo Alto is amazing. I don't want to see noise go to pre-COVID levels. I'm here to ask you to please make airplane noise a top city priority for 3 reasons. First, authorities on national environmental policy and the federal courts have advised that cities must be vigilant and not miss the 60-day window to respond to federal actions. A critical batch of airspace projects of unprecedented importance and directly impacting Palo Alto's health are slated to be published. You must respond. Second, there's an unaddressed need for the city to re-engage the community on this issue. After the exit in May 2020 of the assistant city manager who was the point of contact for residents on airplane noise, there has been mostly silence from the city. Third, your first responsibility every year must be the hard business of government itself, oversight, transparency, and accountability. Airplane noise is admittedly a difficult and thorny problem, but it is an issue that requires your vocal and proactive advocacy and which addresses a real and present need of Palo Alto residents. Lastly, unless you make airplane noise a 2022 priority, everyone, including yourselves, could be lulled into thinking falsely that the necessary work is being done during this critical year. Instead, it is the associated structure for a ranked city priority what this issue demands. Please make airplane noise a 2022 priority and act today for the city to be fully prepared for what's ahead on this issue with specific work plans associated with a priority area, and so that you and the community can assess milestones. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carrie Yarkin. Oh, I have
Hi,
a,
good morning, Mayor. Hi, good morning, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here actually to speak about GBAS. I want you to use the process that Michelle Flaherty and the city staff actually developed and that you all voted and consented to, which is called the fast track process for airplane noise. So you have that, it's all done. All you have to do is have somebody from staff or Ed Chicata look at it, get somebody to start that process. It's not that complicated. You've already done the work. So another thing I want to bring up, even though it's a precise landing system, I think one of the main points of GBAS is to cram more planes onto the existing routes over Palo Alto. They don't say that in any of their advertising or information about it, but it will increase the load of planes that can be spaced out on the 3 routes over Palo Alto. I think you have missed some opportunities before. I'm just going to remind you, Surfer 3, where it's all the Southern California planes over Palo Alto on one path. The mayor at that time, hemmed and hawed. She missed all the FAA criteria to have a say in what turned out to be Surfer 3, one line of planes all over Palo Alto. Then you had Pirate, which is all the planes from Asia and Hawaii that used to fly over Filoli Gardens, but now they're all over, solidified over Palo Alto. It was at the city council meeting where 10 to 15 of us spoke before you went into closed session to ask you to work with the FAA to speak about our issues with it. Anyway, after that closed session, the city council sent the problem to the Santa Clara Roundtable, which, as you know, has disbanded and basically did nothing. You now have a third opportunity with GBAS to request the FAA through their process of community and environmental review to re-examine the GBAS and the current routes over Palo Alto. So you have a brand new chance to have a say here in the routes over Palo Alto. On Monday morning, please put this on Ed's desk as the #1 priority. Thank you for listening.
thank you. Our next speaker is Shani, to be followed by Catherine Miller. And I'm not sure on whether we have your last name correct there. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor Burt and Council. This is Shani Kleinhaus. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a Parks and Recreation Commissioner, but I speak today as a private Palo Alto resident and as the environmental advocate for the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. To follow former council member Karen Holman's comment, I hope you prioritize Palo Alto trees and canopy and direct staff to return to council in April 2022 with recommendations for an update to the Title 8 tree ordinance. Palo Alto's urban forest is one of our biggest assets, is critical to the community health and quality of life, and trees also contribute to mitigation of climate change impacts, to biodiversity, and even to improved mental health of residents. So please prioritize and protect our trees and urban forests. In addition, I suggest that the objective standards that the city is developing for building standards should include bird safety and lighting standards that protect our city biodiversity and birds from collision with glass. The estimates for bird collisions in North America are over 1 million birds per day now, and the combination of outdoor lighting at night and glass is known to be deadly. San Jose included bird safety and lighting in their citywide design standards and guidelines, and we can do the same or even better, follow Cupertino in developing a bird safety and dark sky ordinance. Lastly, as a resident, I agree that airplane noise should be one of the highest priorities for Palo Alto. We kind of are hearing the planes again, and I think it really needs to be addressed as a very high priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Miller, to be followed by Lisa Ratner. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Kathy Miller, and I'm a member of the League of Women Voters Task Force on Campaign Finance Reform. I'm speaking today to reiterate the League's view that campaign finance reform should be a priority for the current council as part of its social justice plan. As most of you know, the League has studied this issue and has proposed a three-part approach to campaign finance reform that will, 1, rein in the costs of running for city council, 2, reduce the outsized influence of big donors in city elections, and 3, protect citizens' right to know who is spending money to influence elections. Neighboring cities, and indeed more than 100 cities in California, have already adopted reforms similar to those that we have proposed for Palo Alto. In other words, our city is behind the times on this good governance issue. This council should act before the next election to ensure that a more diverse set of candidates can afford to run for city council, and the voters know that their city council represents all of them, not just the wealthy few. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Ratner, to be followed by Karen P. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Burt and Council. I'm Lisa Ratner. I'm on the board of the League of Women Voters of Palo Alto. The county civil grand jury has issued a report called Affordable Housing, A Tale of Two Cities. The report noted that Palo Alto has achieved just over 10% of its 2019 affordable housing targets. The grand jury recommended changes in 4 broad areas of city policy. 1, political and community support for affordable housing. 2, proactive planning and effective reporting. 3, supportive practices. And 4, affordable housing financing. The League of Women Voters urges the city to make these policy changes a priority this year. There are many reasons for our affordable housing shortfall, which has become a crisis for all but the most affluent in our community. The grand jury report recommendations address many of those reasons, and the city should take them seriously. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And before we continue, can I just ask council members, whenever, unless they're briefly needing to go off camera, to stay on camera so that the public knows that we're attending? Our next speaker is Karen P., to be followed by Cheryl Klein.
Thank you. Airplane noise and emissions present serious risks to the health and environment. Others have spoken to jet traffic, so I will turn to small planes using the Palo Alto Airport. Palo Alto Airport is the busiest single runway airport in California. It is owned and operated by the city. The city has projected there will be a total of 150,000 operations this year, which I assume are landings and takeoffs. This level of activity generates considerable noise over Palo Alto neighborhoods day and night, which is a major problem in itself. But even worse is the lead air pollution generated by piston engine planes arriving and departing from the airport. Both the Environmental Protection Agency and the Bay Area Air Quality Management District found issues with Palo Alto lead emissions from 2012 to 2014. But the Air Quality Management District's testing stopped because the equipment was not in an FAA-approved location and never restarted. This past August, Earth Justice released a listing of the 100 highest lead-polluting small airports in the country. To my extreme horror, Palo Alto Airport was number 19. So the Palo Alto Airport has been the source of very high lead emissions for years, but the city has done nothing to alleviate this problem or even to measure the scope of the problem. We do have the benefit of a study of lead emissions for Reed Hillview Airport in San Jose. This study showed that living downwind of Reed Hillview was associated with childhood blood level increases comparable to those from the Flint water crisis, and that children living within a half mile of Reed Hillview during periods of maximum piston engine aircraft had blood level increases nearly twice that occurred during the Flint water crisis. Reed Hillview was number 34 on Earth Justice's list. That is less problematic than Palo Alto Airport. I see small planes flying over Duveneck School on a daily basis. The airport also is adjacent to Bixby Park and protected wetlands, so I'm concerned about that environmental impact as well. There are alternate non-leaded fuel options available today for piston engine planes. The city must immediately stop the sale of leaded fuel at the airport and allow only unleaded fuel. The city should also be transparent about who exactly is using the airport and to what extent it actually benefits city residents and businesses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cheryl Klein, to be followed by Catherine Crystal Foster. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Cheryl Klein, a Palo Alto resident and also co-chair of the Housing Element Working Group. As you know, the working group has been meeting regularly and working hard to provide input on site selection for future housing and policies and programs to help you and city staff produce a successful and compliant housing element plan. The housing element plan must include sites, policies, and programs for the creation of 6,086 units, of which 3,465 are for low and moderate income residents. To meet this, we need to encourage the production of all types of housing, 100% affordable and market rate with inclusionary zoning. I'm here this morning on behalf of the 370 Palo Alto community members who signed a petition that we will be submitting to you. This petition asks you, our City Council, to prioritize the recommendations in the December 16th, 2021 grand jury report this year. These recommendations ask the city to identify specific locations for development of significant affordable housing, including area-specific land use and zoning plans, to expand and diversify funding sources for affordable housing, to invest more in community education and outreach in support of affordable housing, and to streamline and expedite the review process for all new housing projects that include BMR units. Many of the identified challenges in the report have been obstacles to develop affordable housing in our community for many years. Please, let's examine our policies, practices, and outcomes with a renewed sense of urgency. We are looking forward to seeing and following these efforts. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Crystal Foster, to be followed by Deborah Simon. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you to the staff for outstanding work during this challenging year, and thanks to the council for the opportunity to share my thoughts on city priorities. My name is Catherine Crystal Foster, and I've lived and worked in Palo Alto for more than 2 decades. At this time of intense polarization and plummeting faith in government and democratic institutions, I believe it is fundamental to effective city governance that Palo Alto adopt sensible local campaign finance reform. This will help prevent undue influence or the appearance of undue influence that will further undermine faith in elected officials and government generally. The accelerating fundraising arms race in Palo Alto not only puts us out of step with surrounding cities, it has made our city the unflattering example of government watchdogs like MapLight. Individuals can donate as much as $4,900 per Palo Alto City Council candidate, thousands more than they can donate to a candidate for the United States Congress or the County Board of Supervisors, thousands more than an individual can donate to a local candidate in Redwood City, Santa Clara, Hayward, or Oakland, all of which are larger cities than Palo Alto. In the last Palo Alto City Council elections, winning candidates raised an average of more than $66,000, and almost 30% of it came from just 20 donors, giving more than $3,500 each. This sends a disturbing message. We all love the vibrant diversity of this city, and we all want Palo Alto residents to feel that their elected government represents all its people. Anyone who wants to serve the community should feel that running for office is open to them, regardless of their ability to attract 4-figure donations. At a bare minimum, the city should enact a significantly lower individual contribution limit for local elections, and ideally would also include enhanced disclosure requirements. This would help earn trust from the community, enhance representation on the council, and enable Palo Alto to serve as a positive model in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Simon, to be followed by Penny Elson. Welcome.
Good morning. I am Deborah Simon, Chair of Friends of Carberley. Our mission is to support and advocate for the redevelopment of Carberley for the benefit of the entire Palo Alto community and our neighboring cities. We are exhausted from waiting for action by the City Council and the school board. There are 7 acres up for discussion. The question of why Carberley has not been on the capital infrastructure plan, among other related Carberley issues and problems that need action. We are many years down the road here with no action having been taken. As representatives of the many organizations who call Carberley home, we are asking for action now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Penny Elson, to be followed by Andrea Gara. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. I'm Penny Elson, speaking as an individual. In the past, categories like housing, land use, sustainability, transportation, economic recovery have risen individually as priorities, as though they are disconnected, though we know they are not. And I hope we'll think about priorities a little differently this year, tying them together and focusing on more specific problems and projects that may require staff or financial resources. Please prioritize timely decision-making that moves us toward multimodal grade separations. The existing options serve driver needs pretty well, but that's not so for the foot-powered folks, and these are school commute routes. Please make sure these plans are improved to integrate safe, comfortable facilities across Alma and the rails for people who walk and bike. Select concepts and move toward shovel readiness this year. Second, tie housing, transportation, and community services together. Adapt the housing element to increase and diversify housing stock to enable planning and building housing that's well supported within a comprehensive community concept, providing multimodal transportation facilities, community services, and school capacity that's needed to serve added housing. For example, serious about redeveloping portions of San Antonio service Fabian area.
Penny, your connection's breaking up.
Apologize. Thank you. Is that better?
Yes.
Thank you. And finally, economic recovery. It is time to restore some staffing and fund projects to get things moving again and move forward with hope and good fiscal sense. Office of Transportation staff is down 23%. They were never overstaffed. We haven't started work on the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan yet because we need a senior planner to drive it. That person has just been hired, and the police department is telling us they don't have staffing to give us data we need to inform the plan on collisions. So it's time to start hiring. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrea Gara, to be followed by Suzanne Keene. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm speaking today as a member of the 350.org Palo Alto climate team. We recently circulated a community petition in which we asked Council to continue making climate change mitigation a top priority for 2022, also to prioritize those items that we think will get the fastest action in the near term, namely building electrification and transportation, and finally to set annual goals and benchmarks to make sure we're staying on track with those goals and course correct as needed. In very short order, we gathered over 300 signatures, and we feel that this signals that despite a lot of other issues, we heard about so many of them today, including economic concerns, the ongoing pandemic, we think it signals that residents don't want to see climate change pushed to the back burner until the economic forecast is rosier or until we address other things. And we heard today from staff that there's there's very robust attendance at the ad hoc committee meetings. I think that reinforces this idea that the community wants action on this. And I want to thank the Council for their work on the SCAP and for taking this feedback into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Suzanne Keene, to be followed by Nancy Tillman. Welcome. Suzanne, we're getting a squeaky noise. We'll loop back to you in a minute, Suzanne. Your audio is not right. Our next speaker is Nancy Tillman, to be followed by Adrienne Yui. Thank you.
Good morning. I've been a Palo Alto resident since 1997. I'm here to ask you to reopen California Avenue to traffic as soon as possible. I used to enjoy going there, grabbing a coffee, browsing the shops, very often buying something on impulse from one of the locally owned shops. I almost never go anymore without a very specific reason. It's just nothing like the experience it used to be, and even less since so many of the businesses have closed in recent years. It's just awkward navigating around tables, people eating in the streets and congregating on the sidewalks. I love the restaurants. I want them to thrive, but I don't understand why it has to be at the expense of other business on the street, especially since the city recently invested so much money on parking structures in that neighborhood. I'd ask you to reopen it as soon as you possibly can. Thanks so much. Good day.
Thank you. Adrienne Yu, to be followed by Suzanne Keene. Welcome.
Thank you everyone for taking the time to be here. I'm here alongside Kathy with the League of Women Voters, and I would like to emphasize the urgency of campaign finance reform, specifically in regards to the youth. When candidates receive more than 30% of their donations from just 20 to 25 people who donate more than $3,500 each, as has been the case in recent years in Palo Alto, voters get the impression that candidates are going to listen to those donors' concerns over those of the ordinary voter and general public. This is especially an issue for young voters who already lack confidence that their votes matter, and having such significant funding coming from only a couple of sources discourages youth from exercising their right to vote and getting involved in elections. By reforming campaign finance policy, the council can ensure that voters know their voices will be heard, regardless of how much money they contribute to a candidate's campaign. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Suzanne Keene, to be followed by Helene Grossman. Suzanne, welcome.
Can you hear me?
We can. Go right ahead.
All right. Well, I'm here to speak on a couple of things. The environment. I believe that Palo Alto doesn't actually have all the open space parks that we should. I also encourage, the trees and the breathing they do for us. And people thrive when they have green around them. One of the problems with this density building that people think is going to save the environment and be better, I don't think it does. It covers up the land, and people really want more space than an apartment and high density. Also, I am totally hope that we will use the surplus to put back the city services. And I'm definitely for a business tax for us to get some help with the things that we need. And Stanford really has an obligation to support the people that live around it, and they don't. And they don't help with the schools, and yet we do educate their children. And that really needs to be taken on, I believe. And there's a really good book I heard about by a man who lives in Vancouver called 6 Cities. He used to be for high density, but if you want to read a really good book about why not, get that book, 6 Cities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Helene Grossman, to be followed by Tim Heilig. Welcome.
Hello, thanks for allowing me to speak today. Before I start, I just wanted to mention I've been getting messages from a number of people who thought they could speak during the agenda item at 11 and have been trying to get into the comments but have been unable to. So I hope they can still be accommodated. Liz Lee, Barry Katz, Lawrence Garwin, and a few others. So I would like to voice support for a focus on safety, health, and quality of life in our community. Few things are more important than feeling safe in our homes and being able to enjoy our homes and neighborhoods. So I've worked from home since the start of the pandemic, and every day my stress has increased from noise and pollution from gas-powered leaf blowers. I can't open my windows without hearing the blowers and smelling the fumes. I can't take a walk outside without encountering gas leaf blower on practically every block. I can't do bike rides in the hills without hearing leaf blowers off in the distance. It's constant and everywhere, and it's illegal and unnecessary. So the pollution from these machines is not in doubt. One leaf blower used for an hour generates as much pollution as driving over 1,000 miles, and all of that pollution is right here in our neighborhood. It is more than all passenger cars combined, and we can see it on our purple air monitors when the air is orange and red, as it's been recently. So the police are not enforcing this. 311 is not enforcing this. The police issued 0 warnings or tickets last year, despite hundreds of complaints called in. The 311 app returns a message that they're not responding to gas leaf blower complaints. There's literally 0 enforcement. It's as if the ban has been rescinded, despite being needed more than ever. So I urge the council to act on it this year. If we could educate the community, If we could automate letters to homeowners from the 311 app, if we could focus a code enforcement officer on this issue, we could easily solve this problem for really tiny cost. Let this be the year that we can achieve clean air and quiet neighborhoods, allowing us citizens to enjoy our homes and enjoy our yards. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Tim Hellig, to be followed by Matthew Lenig. Welcome.
Thank you. So, first of all, I appreciate you actually getting my name pronounced right. That was kind of an unexpected benefit. So I've been a Palo Alto resident for about 10 years, and I wanted to call specifically about kind of the health and safety with leaf blowers. As you could probably hear, there's a leaf blower in my backyard right now. So I'm just standing in my kitchen, and I'm gonna have to go in and close the door. So the one thing I want to make clear is that this is not something that just affects the gardeners, although it does affect the gardeners, as a previous caller pointed out, but it affects their employees and also affects anyone in the area. So kids going to school probably have to pass 2 or 3 leaf blowers every trip in and every trip home. They also, if a leaf blower is anywhere near the schools or near parks, then the air quality is diminished for up to 6 or 8 hours, which pretty much covers the entire daylight time. The kids would either be at school or at parks. And this is specifically something that we need external forces to keep in control, because there's nothing a kid can do to protect their own air quality, to protect their own ability to go out and play in their backyard on a Saturday. So this is something I feel like, is easy for someone to push onto other people. And that's kind of what we need the city council to step up for. So I appreciate you guys putting this on the agenda to kind of improve our health and safety. Thank you.
Tim, I'm going to assume it's your neighbor's backyard, not your own. Yeah. Thank you. Our next speaker is Matthew Lenig, to be followed by our final speaker, Jessica Axelrod. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. Hi, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I wanted to speak in favor of enforcing the leaf blower ban. When I first moved to Palo Alto 26 years ago, like everybody else, I was shocked at the price of the houses here. But people said, even though you pay a lot more per square foot, you live half the time outdoors. So you can do this indoor-outdoor living. Well, that in theory, that's true, but we can't use the outdoors most of the time because of the leaf blowers. It's just unbearable. I have them on 6 sides, and they're in my neighborhood almost every day and almost all day long. When I go for a bike ride, I have to breathe the debris that they shoot up into the air, as well as the fumes from the 2-cycle engine. It really reduces the quality of life of Palo Alto residents. And I think that should be one of the highest priorities of City Council, is quality of life, which I think is included in Greer Stone's proposal of the community safety and health focus. I have a home office also. Normally in the warm months, which is more than half the year, I leave my windows open. But then I have to close them whenever a leaf blower comes, because it fills my office with fumes. So please, we have this law on the books, this ordinance. Please enforce the ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we now have our final speaker, Jessica Axelrod. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's actually David Axelrod. I'm signed in on my wife's Zoom account. My name is David Axelrod. I'm a faculty pediatrician, specifically a pediatric cardiologist at Stanford. I've worked in Palo Alto for 15 years, lived in Palo Alto for 5, and currently I'm a Menlo Park resident. I'd like to speak, Mayor Burt, to support Mickey Swen, Tim Halig, Matthew Lenig, and Helene Grossman's comments regarding investing in code enforcement for gas-powered leaf blowers. Decades of rigorous scientific research have taught us that pollution and environmental exposures disproportionately affect our children. My training and my work in pediatrics and my current practice in the pediatric intensive care unit provides me a constant reminder of why this is the case, because babies and children breathe faster than adults, inhale a larger volume of air when indexed to their body weight, spend more time at ground level, crawling, walking, or sitting where many environmental toxins settle. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, children's developing lungs, hearts, and brains are uniquely sensitive to environmental exposures as they mature. There are two major negative health effects of gas-powered leaf blowers. There's air pollution, as they combust a mixture of oil and gasoline, and unlike cars, have no exhaust filter or catalytic converters. And the emissions contain carcinogens like uncombusted gasoline, benzene, formaldehyde, and ozone. Particulate air pollution, as all leaf blowers, even electric, work by propelling particulate matter into the air with air speeds as high as 200 miles an hour. They send this dust into kids' lungs that contain everything from brake lining that has asbestos in it to chemicals like herbicides. The second is noise pollution, and they emit about 100 decibels of low frequency noise, whereas greater than 85 decibels is considered dangerous. Research has shown that this disrupts sleep, cortisol levels, and increases stress hormones in kids. I appreciate that there are important economic, political, and societal implications of imposing and enforcing a gas-powered leaf blower ban, and I trust that experts in the field will offer a creative and equitable proposal to address this. As a Menlo Park resident, we're also watching what our neighbors in Palo Alto are able to do with enforcement, as lack of enforcement was recently cited as an issue for this topic in our town. So please lead the way and enforce this law.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments. At this time, we're going to shortly convene for a 10-minute break. And then when we come back, we'll go into the discussion of our priority progress and our 2022 priorities, where we'll be able to have discussion and comment period. That's the appropriate time for that. Mary, do you have anything to add at this time, other than I know we have a video that will be showing during the break. So people are welcome to hang in there and enjoy that. Mary?
So we will reconvene at 11:30 and begin the discussion as you propose, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, everyone. See you at 11:30. All right, welcome everyone back. And we have council members turn on their cameras so that we know we're back in attendance. Council members Phil, Seth, and Tanaka, are you with us? All right, why don't we go ahead and get started? Mary, would you like to take the reins?
Great, thank you. If the clerk can take us to slide 33, we'll get started on a discussion with among the council members about what we heard this morning and what you believe should be the city's priorities for 2022. But I thought, Mr. Mayor, we'd take a minute and ask if the council had any additional questions of the staff from this morning's presentation.
Sounds good. So does anybody have any follow-up questions before we move into discussion? Councilmember Du Bois.
I mean, not really questions, but comments, I guess.
Let's wait on comments to the discussion session. This just
I just think we should broaden the discussion not just to our 3 priorities, but comments on last year and also the general work plan.
That's appropriate in our discussion period. Anybody have any questions?
So we can move into the comments period, Mr. Mayor, whenever we're ready.
Fire away.
Okay. So as we just heard from the various members, it's time to discuss the work plan of the year, the feedback on the 4 priorities. What we're hoping is we end this discussion for the next hour or so with clarity for the staff on what are the priorities for 22. Do you think the recommendation that generally most of them should continue with some editing is where we end up? So we're going to open it up to your thoughts and comments. Mr. Mayor, I'll help you call on members, but who wants to be the first to give us some feedback? Go ahead, Member Du Bois.
Yeah, I'll kick us off. So a lot to cover. And again, I feel like there's at least 3 topics here, but so again, thanks for the updates and the community input. So I really trying to split my comments up into thoughts about the last year, really general work plan items, and then the 2022 council priorities. So for last year, economic recovery, I've said it before, I think when we get to permanent parklets, we really need to figure out a fair rental rate for use of public property. And as we heard a little bit today, balance all of the business owners on the streets, not just the eateries, and I continue to get feedback that it's great at mealtime, but the streets are very slow the rest of the day. An economic recovery, I think we need to focus on how do we reshape our business mix? How can we help our hotels? Thinking about Palo Alto as a destination, with our museum, promotional videos, tours, walking tours. I think there's a lot we can do. And on the fiber to the home, really excited. It's moving forward. I think we need to get really concrete on the timeline, goals, coherent messaging. I know we're working on a lot of community outreach, but even going further, if we're going to have community ambassadors, maybe giving them access to city paid tools like Zoom webinars, and really making sure the messaging is consistent. On the housing initiatives, again, it's all teed up. We've got completion of our housing element, finishing the Ventura plan, finishing objective ordinances. The downtown master plan we touched on a little bit. I think if there's a way we can combine that with the grade crossings for Palo Alto Avenue and the station itself, that would be good. And I do think we may need to come back to vehicle dwelling, particularly oversized vehicles. On the social justice progress, I think we made a lot of fantastic progress across the board, starting from 2020 and last year. And I feel like a lot of those events are going to continue. The HRC is focused on it. So it feels like we've operationalized a lot of it, that we can just keep going. And then climate change, again, we dedicated a lot of time last year. I think we have some excellent plans, and we really got to get focused on action, execution, even if it's not perfect. And we have a lot of community engagement. So I think we need to really figure out how do we unlock those community members and kind of narrow in on some specific short-term steps, even as we continue to look at longer-term plans. And then, and just as important as those priorities, I think, is the rest of the work plan. And, in retreats in the past, we've had some time to discuss that. We've gotten kind of detailed spreadsheets with 50 plus items on them. And I think it's helpful. It reminds the community and council about everything else that's going on. It also lets us kind of look at those things and say, do we have any feedback on those things? And are some of those more or less important, kind of given where we are today? So for me, I just wanted to mention a few things. This council spent a lot of time on Castellea. I think it should come back to council soon. We're all up to speed. We've spent multiple days on it. The Roth building, last June, council asked to accelerate the lease. Ideally, so construction could have started last summer. And so that's still not done. I'd like to see that get completed as soon as possible. Several people mentioned the tree ordinance. I think we were on a schedule for that to come back in April. So anything we can do to keep the eye on the ball on that one. The capital plan, some speakers mentioned Carberly. And I do think coming out of COVID, we should look at look at the infrastructure plan. And if we need to rebalance, kind of from multiple perspectives, but, including projects like Carberly. I know I'm ticking through a lot of things, but there's a lot to cover. On the planning work plan, I would like to see us rediscuss the PHC zoning, and we've had a lot of comments about workforce housing, also kind of the degree that we want mixed use in a PHC kind of product. And one thing that hasn't come up that was on our plate was seismic upgrades and incentives for seismic upgrades. I'm going to mention again transparency and labor negotiations, something that council's been interested in. La Comita's ability to serve the downtown elderly community. I think they're doing a great job in South Palo Alto. I think, again, if the city can help figure out how they can better serve the northern part of the city. And I got to admit, just hearing all the comments on leaf blowers, it's just something that comes up. I think maybe we've grown a little deaf to hearing it, but can we make some real progress on gas leaf blowers? And I know we didn't do the National Citizen Survey. I do want to say that I have always found it super useful to have that before the retreat. Again, it was one of the few statistically representative data sources that we had on really a wide range of issues. It broke down demographics of the city, and even better, it benchmarked against other cities. So I think I really felt like it was extremely useful, and I'd really like to urge council and staff to, fund that and accelerate it so that the surveys, issued in enough time that the results can be completed in January so that we can have it at the retreat in 2023. So, I guess the other thing I'd just like to say before and I'll stop talking and talk about my council priorities maybe in the next round, we do a lot more than 3 or 4 things. I think it's important that we spend some time talking on some things outside of those narrow priorities. Typically we get a little tally of who picked what priorities, and we really didn't get that this year. I went back to the policy and services discussion where we did get more detail about, all the proposals. It looked like there were about 6 of us that were interested in climate change, about 6 of us that were interested in economic recovery related items, 5 of us are on housing, 4 or 5 of us on kind of city processes and fiscal balance. 3 or 4 people mentioned social justice. 1 or 2 mentioned public safety and crime. And again, this was from a couple of months ago, but I just think it's helpful to see not only the list, but do a little bit of grouping and analysis. And same thing with the community suggestions. Just want to say thank you to Jennifer, who kind of went and tallied up a lot of that subjective feedback and similar kind of categories. So I'll stop there. I know I went way over, but hopefully we'll have a couple rounds. Thanks.
Member Cormack.
Thank you, Ms. Egan. I'm just going to quickly review my thoughts on the last year's, talk a little bit about this year's, and then where I think some of the other things that people have brought up today figure. If I take more time, hopefully we'll all be allowed the same grace. Economic recovery. Obviously, that was important. I said last year it could have been our only one. I continue to believe that. But I don't think we should phrase it that way if we're going forward. Recovery implies a return. And I think we all acknowledge how many changes have occurred in our community and elsewhere. So if we want to continue to have that as a priority, I think we need to rethink what it is that we're trying to achieve and how to achieve it. I think the staff has done an enormously intensive job of keeping in touch with the business community, and I'm grateful to everyone who's worked on that. And I think we're seeing some positive changes, but our reliance on hotel tax is significant. So if we're going to keep that one, we need to think about it a little bit. I do not agree that we are teed up for success with housing for social and economic balance. With the possible exception of one of the PHC projects that's come before us, I think many of them received relatively negative feedback from this council as a whole, and it doesn't sound like they're moving forward. So I think there's a significant opportunity for us there to read and reflect on the grand jury report, to look at how we have funded affordable housing in the past, and to think about how we're going to fund affordable housing in the future. We can do that in conjunction with the housing element. But I think a more holistic approach is probably in order. We've been relatively, surgical isn't quite the right word, but tactical. And so if the council's willing to spend some time thinking about that this year, I'd certainly be willing to. With respect to social justice, I feel about this the way I felt about fiscal sustainability 2 years ago, 2 months before COVID hit, when some of us blithely said, oh, we're doing great, we can take that off the list because it's a value. I feel that way about social justice. And I wonder if that's a way we could think about this as a community, that this is a value we hold and we work it in through everything that we do. I think that might be one way we could proceed. That would keep it at the forefront and in the right parts of the work stream. Climate change, I continue to believe it's the most important work that I personally am doing on this council. And that's why I'm so pleased to continue to be part of the ad hoc and to work on that. So I think it just has to be a priority. and I hope all my colleagues agree. I will differ from the people who say it should only be mitigation. And for those of you not following all the language at home, that means like reducing greenhouse gases. I think we are at the point where we have to be working on adaptation. And that's the things like the sea level rise plan, et cetera. We have to be able to do both of those at the same time. So those are my thoughts on last year. In terms of the list that was generated, climate change, I've already said, I think is incredibly important. I'm intrigued by healthy city, healthy community. And although I don't think I put that on my list originally, but as I listened today to the concerns that people who live here have, I think there'd be a way to incorporate a number of them. So think about PTAC and mental health, right? A sense of belonging is unbelievably necessary to people's mental health. And whether that's on the social justice side or whether or not it's on our teen side. I know air quality, whether it's indoor or outdoor, is an important part of our health, and we're learning more and more about that every day. And noise is as well. And the reason this might be more relevant this year, even than other years, is we are all spending more time in our community, right? Those of us who used to work elsewhere, more of us are working at home, which means here. What does that mean for our programs? What does that mean for what we should be offering and when? So I think there's a real opportunity there. Rebalancing the infrastructure plan, I absolutely agree with. Coverly, I agree with. I think it's possible we can do that as a referral to finance in the next portion of this meeting rather than as a priority, but open to discussions on that. And then one more thing I wanted to throw in that I hadn't really thought about last year until we sort of put everything together. And I wonder if, and these priorities are supposed to be what council works on, right? Not necessarily things for staff, et cetera. They're supposed to be things that we spend extra and above time on. And I realize I'm over, but I'm going to go ahead and continue. And that is, should we be creating a new vision for downtown? So we're doing it again in sort of slivers, right? Whether it's closing university or keeping it open, Caltrain crossing at Alma, whether we're going to do parking on city lots. What other things might we offer downtown? In the sense that it might be entertainment. What sorts of businesses will be there as we have such big changes and who works there? What services do we need as the community to be present? So again, this might be a place where we need to do an area or precise plan. And obviously this is just early thinking, but I think, given this massive shift in who comes to work and where they work, I think it might be a really good idea for us to connect all of these dots and spend time on downtown as a whole, instead of doing it in these slivers with departments. So then I just want to be sure that throw out a few other things that I think might not be priorities, but I want the community to know that I heard you. In terms of a referral to finance, I think I mentioned putting Coverly on the CIP if we don't end up with rebalancing the infrastructure plan. And then I think also a referral to policy and services to limit individual donations to campaigns to $500. Those are my overall thoughts, and I look forward to hearing from the rest of you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move into Member Stone.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate it. I just first want to just kind of thank staff and the community and council as well for all the great progress that we made this past year. I mean, going through that list, staff, that was just kind of really impressive what we've been able to accomplish, but also a reminder that there's still so much work to be done on all those areas, and I know those all are ongoing, and so I just want to kind of give those kudos and thanks, and it's a good kind of reminder of just really how much has been accomplished in a very crazy year. And kind of just looking at ongoing priorities, I'm glad to see and thank you, Councilmember Du Bois, for trying to just kind of sum up where we're all at, or at least our initial thoughts on different priorities. Glad to see climate change and the economy, whether it's economic recovery. I think Councilmember Cormack made a really good point there. So just kind of focusing on the economy moving forward. Seems like we've got a good coalition there to agree on those two. I think housing, of course, needs to continue. I do think, though, we need to keep that focus on the affordable housing piece. I appreciate Director Late kind of bringing us back, and I think this point is so often lost in the conversation, that Palo Alto continuously meets our market rate housing RHNA goals and exceeds those. And so where we truly fall behind, and where that grand jury report really focused on was our production of affordable housing. And so really making sure we are maintaining that focus and really trying to rework that jobs to housing imbalance, and focusing on affordable housing production over that of office space. And I'm interested in continuing that conversation and agree with Councilmember Cormack. Let's look at, I think it's time to really open that up and try to figure out what can we do to move these projects forward. But the priority that didn't get much focus, at least according to kind of what we saw from initial council feedback, is one that I'm really interested in seeing if we can pursue, and that's prioritizing, and maybe the priority be called community safety and health. And I think by having a priority on community safety and health would allow us to consolidate kind of several items that council members and residents have advocated for. So that would include belonging and social justice, a healthy city, healthy community, public safety, all those. So I think first is just a clear need and desire for an increased focus on community safety and public safety. I mean, throughout 2021, and unfortunately looks like continuing into 2022, property and violent crime has been on an alarming rise, not just in Palo Alto, but in throughout the country, throughout the state. Really early studies have shown an increase in property crime, mostly being driven by car break-ins and auto thefts. And those are two crimes that we're all too familiar with here in Palo Alto. And in addition to seeing kind of this, in addition to that, we're seeing really this just tragic impact that the increase in crime is having on residents and the disruption in their ability to feel safe in their own homes. And we heard from the residents at Altair last week, their kind of passionate plea for help. But I know they're not alone in their concern for their safety of their families and of their property. I think public safety, doesn't need to just include law enforcement. It's also fire prevention, code enforcement, emergency services, and really ensuring that we're fully staffed in all of those critical positions. And this would allow us also to continue to reimagine public safety and continue really just the great work that the city has already done on pursuing partnerships such as PERT and trust with the county. And then second, focusing on community health, I think would ensure that we're continuing on track with some of the incredible work that we have completed in the past and that are ongoing, and such as continuing the work from the Healthy City, Healthy Community resolution that was passed all the way back in December 2015, as well as the current work by the city on our community and economic recovery plan. And again, I was glad to hear Councilmember Cormack kind of mention Healthy City, Healthy Community as an interest in her comments. I know other council members feel the same. I think health just, it includes both physical and mental health, which have both been exacerbated by the ongoing pandemic. And focusing on community health would really just kind of demonstrate, I think, our commitment to protecting the mental health of our youth, of our entire community, of addressing the impacts of noise pollution caused by nuisances such as gas-powered leaf blowers. We've heard several people comment on that today, as well as airplane noise, which we also heard many commenters. And I think it's really important. These things are not just annoying. And I think a lot of people kind of just go, oh, well, those things are just annoyances. They're not. They're true health risks. And the CDC has even recognized the deleterious impacts of noise on our health. It causes stress, anxiety, depression, high blood pressure, heart disease, and just a whole host of other risks. So focusing on community health will also, I think through focusing on community health, we'll also be able to address issues of climate change, better access to public space, protecting our open space and tree canopy. I appreciated former Mayor Karen Holman in her public comment really talking about all the health benefits that a real robust tree canopy can provide. Yeah, and just I think the great thing about focusing on many of those items is too, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We don't really need to ideate more ordinances. We really can simply begin enforcing or expediting current work that the city has been working on, but maybe just delayed for whatever reason. So I mean, for a couple simple examples, investing in code enforcement officers so we can actually begin to enforce our gas-powered leaf blower ban. That would make a huge impact on not only our quality of life, but also addressing some of those health impacts. And then, as Councilmember Du Bois mentioned, bringing our updated tree ordinance back to council as soon as possible would help as well. So, I always think I teach AP government to my seniors. I always talk about the number one priority for any government is to keep their people safe. And that applies both to both physical safety as well as emotional well-being. I think we can really honor that responsibility by making this priority today of community safety and health. So those are my comments for this round.
Thank you. Councilmember Filson.
Yeah, thanks very much. And so thank you to staff for putting all this together and all the work that's gone into this and the public input and so forth tonight. Yeah, a few comments on some of these, I'll get to public safety in a second because I want to spend some time talking about that. But before that, the whole issue of post-pandemic economy and fiscal sustainability. You know, I find myself in alignment with a bunch of the things that Councilmember Cormack said on actually a number of topics, but this is one, which is this a recovery to where we were before, or are we looking at sort of some significant shifts that are going to be with us for a long time? And I think one of the things that the pandemic exposed is that Palo Alto's, its financial operations actually had a sizable dependency on out-of-town visitors, both in terms of shopping and in terms of staying in hospitality and so forth. And it's an interesting question: is that going to return to the way it was before, for all kinds of reasons? Work from home may have an impact and so forth. And so we may be in a position or as at an inflection point where we really need to look at the long-term mix of where the money for our city comes from. And as multiple people have pointed out already, there are other cities around here that, for example, get a higher portion of their tax receipts from businesses through business taxes. Or, for example, in Mountain View's case, they're actually Google's landlord or landlord for a lot of space they rent out city property as tech campuses, which we have not done. But it's a question of mix of funding. So I think that the financial and the economic piece deserves a more look this year as we emerge from the pandemic and see where are we really going with that. Second one, I completely agree with Councilmember Cormack on climate changes, that we really start to have adaptation as part of that, because what's become clear is that it's not going to get reversed. We're going to do what we can to slow it down, but it's unlikely to go back to where it was before. And that sea level rise is sort of the default when we talk about with that, but I think there may be other aspects as well, which is our resilience to wildfires and stuff like that. At the same time, I think this is a big year for climate change because we've got some major decisions ahead in the next year or two of relative to 80-30. I think staff laid out, sort of a crisp, unequivocal analysis of what it would take to get there. And then the question is, how much of that are we really willing to do as a community, and how do we fund it and so forth. So I think that's one that's going to continue to be high on our plate. I think, housing for social and economic balance continues to be an issue. This is going to be a very big year for that. We need to get the housing element done, and then we need to make sure that we're actually in a position to execute on it. And I think that one's going to be a big topic this year. I think there is a little more good news on this front, or at least a couple other things we ought to consider. First of all, I understand we're back up to $7 million in the Affordable Housing Fund. Okay, down from close to zero a couple of years ago. So that's good news. And if that continues to grow, we should be looking for ways to put that to work. One of the things that has happened, and this is, you may or may not think that this is as a housing thing, but it's certainly related, which is, the Bay Area's jobs to housing ratio has continued to increase monotonically over the last 5 years. But in the last 2 or 3 years, Palo Alto has actually begun to edge slightly downwards. Okay, so that's pretty unique in the Bay Area. The other thing that's changed in Palo Alto relative to the other Bay Area is that the rate of appreciation of rents in Palo Alto has actually slowed down quite a bit since 2015, where it's actually accelerated in most of the other cities in the Bay Area. And correlation and causation are not the same thing, so it's hard to draw strict conclusions. But Palo Alto's sort of jobs housing first approach of trying to attenuate jobs growth while trying to increase housing, that corresponds in time to those things starting. So I think whatever we do, we need to make sure that those trends continue. Okay. And on PHCs, I'm certainly hoping that a couple of the PHC projects we look at will come to fruition. And I hope we'll see some of those back this year, and I'm disappointed that we haven't. Right. Okay. Let me talk about the air noise for a second. Again, I'm not sure air noise rises to one of the top 3 focal points for the community this year. That said, I do think there's kind of an inflection point going on here, which is particularly with the rollout of GBAS in San Francisco, and the fact that we're not going to be in the San Mateo County Roundtable anytime soon. And I wonder if it isn't worth us putting some resource into our own engagement with the SFO, okay? Because we're not going to get it through the San Mateo County Roundtable, and yet decisions there that are going to be made in the next couple of years. The FAA is very slow moving, but SFO is a slightly different beast, and I wonder if it's not resourcing some effort, engagement with them at least. Okay. I agree with the former mayor on the National Citizen Survey. We do have, it'd be nice to have it by this time already. We do have the FM3 poll that was done for the business tax, and it is pretty heavy on priority of, as a number of people have said, basic community services, public safety, basic city services and so forth. On public safety, I think there are a number of things that bear scrutiny, and maybe an extra level of scrutiny this year on this. First, obviously, was we seem to be having this property crime wave, and the question is that a blip or is it a trend? And the fear is that it's a trend. For one thing, as people have pointed out, it does seem to be happening all over the place. It's not just Palo Alto, and particularly if you look at some of these, these organized retail break-ins. The people that we catch, they're not Palo Alto residents. So this is a regional kind of thing, and the worry is that it's a trend, and that we had a case. I mean, obviously, the Altair thing is just insane. Right, we had a case a couple of weeks ago where a burglar shot at a resident. Okay, so this is really worrisome stuff. Okay, and I think we need to respond. I do think we made some good progress in PAPD. And particularly, I think I thought the OIR report this past week was quite interesting, and I think we need to continue that. I think that's good stuff. I'd like to see the software model. That's an interesting step. It's not just police. I think one of the things we've been concerned about is our emergency response, and sort of cost versus staffing level versus service model versus mix. Our current model places a heavy reliance on us having a lot of paramedics, and so I think we need to make sure that we're in position for however we do this, that we're in position for success with this, and that we're we're not in the place that we're setting ourselves goals and targets and structures that don't all go together. So I'll probably stop. I'll say one more thing about campaign finance reform. I think 2016 was kind of in retrospect, fortunately, seems to have been kind of an aberration. There's a huge amount of money spent on 2016, and there's been much less since then. I was pleased to hear a couple of the speakers say that when you have a third of your campaign contributions from sort of one concentrated source, it's a questionable thing. You have a number of candidates. In fact, it's sort of the same candidates over the last few years that have raised at least a third of their money from professional interests, which in Palo Alto, this is somebody that's got a fiscal interest in policy, in city policy decisions, particularly real estate in Palo Alto. So you have a number of people that raised a third of their money or more from those sources. You have a number of people that raised a third of their money more from out of town special interest, regional advocacy groups, and so forth. I mean, I don't really understand why you spend money on a campaign in a town that's not yours. I can see a few people's friends and stuff like that. When you're getting a third of your money from out of town, I mean, what is that for? So I would hope that if we're going to have a campaign finance focus, that it would also look at the out of town money and the professional financial interest money as well, because I think those are all things we ought to worry about. Aside from that, disclosure is always good, and we should do as much of that as we possibly can. All right, thanks.
Okay, and next I see Mayor Burt, our member Koo was next up to speak. Would you like to go?
Thank you. So I align a lot with what Council Member Du Bois had said. As a matter of fact, all of it. And with Council Member Philsath with regards to looking into allocating resources towards GBAS. When I look at airplane noise, over the years, there are representatives for certain cities on the roundtable in San Francisco. And as time went on, it's, while their mantra is not to shift noise to other cities, it certainly has shifted to Palo Alto, and that there is now 3 flight paths over Palo Alto. Then there's also the cargo flight that's over Palo Alto at night. And, when we're talking about health impacts, those are really huge health impacts that we really have to look at. And overall, noise has become a very big issue, and the pandemic has basically provided a lot of insight. I mean, as Councilmember Cormack had said, people stay at home now more, and they work out of the house, they study out of their house, they need the space, yet there's a lot of noise that is all around them. With the leaf blowers as well. So we really have to kind of look at our code enforcement. Who knows how to read noise levels? We need to kind of really look into that, because my understanding was that there was 2 police officers that knew how to do that. And I don't know if they're with our city anymore. So we need to kind of really push forward with the code enforcement there. I also align with Council Member Stone, who said we should really look at community safety and community health. Under that, there's a lot of things that can fall within that bucket. And part of my priorities that I submitted for this year was healthy cities, healthy communities, local economic development, climate change protection and adaptation, pushback on state legislation that trumps local control. And a lot of it has to do with looking within. As the governor had said, and I don't know if he meant it or not, but localism is determinative. It is what is about our city, what we want for our city, how to keep it healthy, how to keep it safe, and what does our residents need. We talk about housing a lot, but we're not really looking at the balancing of it. We're looking at housing, and is it all about housing, or do we have other quality of life matters that we need to address as well? There is, as many people spoke about, the trees. That's a healthy matter where there are a lot of benefits that are not actually that has monetary value to it, or that we can calculate, but it does bring happiness to people. It does bring other matters, cooling factors. It does it does also prevent soil erosion. It's biodiversity, and we seem to forget that a lot of times and put tech solutions ahead of it. It should be worked hand in hand. It should be reviewed and planned hand in hand. I also wanted to bring up in under the noise bucket that we also have to look at not just airplane noise or leaf blowers, but also train noise. You know, their horn blowing near residences all along the track. I think we need to revisit our quiet zones. So that's another thing I would hope that some of my colleagues would support and look into. And I had sent the Healthy Cities and Healthy Communities resolution to the clerk. And I was wondering if maybe the clerk could put that up if you had it.
We'll check on that, Member Coe.
Okay.
And see if we can't get that.
Okay. So basically, oh, you have the presentation. I didn't mean to go through the presentation, but thank you so much. But basically, the resolution has a lot of buckets in here. They have a healthy culture. They have healthy environment, healthy food access, healthy workplace. And those are something that we should bring back. Sometimes these resolutions and some of the actions that are taken have been completed, but often, but there are also times that we need to go back into what we were doing in the past and take a really good look at where we can re-implement it again. And it also supports the mental health. But overall, it doesn't just look at that area. It also talks about partnering with other communities. And thank you so much for the slow scroll. And it also talks about a bike-friendly community, talks about extensive urban forest with our tree canopy. At that time, it was at 37.6%, but, you know, we should be pushing to increase it. As a matter of fact, I think Mark Benioff of the Salesforce had challenged cities and challenged other the tech world to put more trees in and to combat carbon and to make it much more cleaner for all of us. So if we can delve back into the healthy cities, healthy communities, a lot of it can be addressed with all the with many of the priorities. I also think, you know, on the street redesigns due to the pandemic and looking at how to serve all the businesses, it's something that we have to work with the residents as well as with the business. It's not just one or the other. I think the residents need to be involved in the street design, and also our economic development manager, coordinator person needs to be involved in the redesign as well. And then I think I spoke about housing development, the policies that we focus on. Has it become a tunnel vision that we're only looking at housing and not all the other peripheries that makes it the living quality of a quality of life? Thank you.
Great. Mayor, do you want to wrap it up with the preliminary comments, and then I'll summarize what I've heard, if that's how. Oh, and Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to go first?
Mayor had his hand up first, so I could go after.
Okay.
So first, I want to briefly look at our agenda and process. So we're getting some really valuable input. And we have a lunch break scheduled for 12:15. I think that maybe what we'll want to do is wrap up these comments and then return from lunch and have our action on priorities and truncate what we had scheduled on council procedures and protocols and council committee topics. We can still touch on that, but fit in more time to do the wrap up. Second, Councilmember Cormack raised this issue of values versus priorities. And actually this in the initiative that was taken a number of years ago that set up kind of guidelines for priority setting, that was the other half to what we were supposed to do, and it never got followed up on. And I think it's really important because otherwise each year we struggle still on whether something should go as a priority that is really an enduring value. And And I think that's one thing I want to refer to Policy and Services Committee. Three that come to mind that have recurred, but there may be others on values are fiscal sustainability, social justice, and environmental sustainability. And others may have, colleagues may have other thoughts on that on prospective referrals. I was also intrigued by Councilmember Stone's recommendation on potentially community safety and health as a priority. I had been struggling with how to recalibrate this economic recovery element to broaden it to community and economic recovery. I appreciate Councilmember Cormac's concern on the nuance on whether recovery is an adequate way to capture both recovery and transitions. It's not transitions instead of recovery, but there are two elements to that. And so we may really want to look at what would be the nuanced wording that would capture both of those concepts. And then I did want to, and also to say that Councilmember Cormac mentioned that these are principally the council's action priorities, and really I don't agree. They certainly are council priorities and much of our focus, but they drive the staff work plan. And that's the resources that really are the fundamental part of the implementation of the priorities. Yes, we as political leaders will focus on these, but the real primary action is through what the staff actually does. And then I did want to mention, and this falls within Councilmember Stone's notion on community safety is, and community health, excuse me, is what was brought up by members of the public on the need to have a greater focus on youth well-being, and that has been a priority in the past. And so maybe that is where we, another value is healthy community, and that broad concept becomes one of our other value elements. But I do want to encourage the council PTAs and the school district to re-engage more with Project Safety Net, which is really the hub by which we have brought together community groups and leveraged them to address youth well-being. And the involvement of the school district and the PTAC was stronger in the earlier years of Project Safety Net. And I think we have that need, as I've mentioned, that as we're coming out of the impacts of COVID on our youth who had 2 years of their most valuable development periods severely disrupted in a way that youth haven't had that kind of disruption since maybe World War II. We need to look at how we help this recovery of our community health, and in particular our youth health. And when we talk about the concept of post-traumatic stress disorder, it is the post-trauma. The trauma has been the last 2 years. We're entering a post-trauma period, and the stress that is manifesting itself as our youth are coming back into a more normalized life. We don't want to take for granted that everything just returns to how it was. We've got to help that happen. So those are my principal comments, and look forward to us trying to coalesce around what we find in common after lunch, perhaps.
So we will take our lunch break. We're right on time for that. And then we would reconvene.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Oh, I'm sorry, Member Tanaka. Please forgive me. We have plenty of time to hear from you.
Great. Thank you, Mary, for facilitating. I really like how you're trying to give all members equal time to talk, and how you don't talk over members as they're talking. So I appreciate it. So I think that this year, more than any other year, we really need to focus on basic city functions. I think we heard on Monday, and we all got all these letters in from folks who want us to focus on crime. I think Councilmember Stone and Councilmember Phillips hit it on the head in terms of the crime in our city. I was just looking at the Palo Alto City website, and if you look at the crime stats published by our police department, we're at an all-time high, right, in terms of crime, in terms of stolen vehicles, arson, burglaries, and then it also looks like we're at kind of like a permanent high level for larceny. So this is not good, right? I was also cruising other cities' websites in terms of crime stats, and while there has been an increase, it's not an all-time high like it is in our city. So I think a lot of what people are calling in is legitimate, right? Monday we had a dozen people. We had at least dozens of people, I think last Monday, and at least a dozen who wrote in this week. We heard a lot from the folks at Altair Walk who get hit every week, and I just completely feel for those people. I can imagine how frustrating that is. I know a lot of the businesses at the Stanford Shopping Center, and they talk about all the flash robberies that they keep on getting. It seemed like almost every week or every other week. That's not good. We heard about all the burglaries and robberies on University Avenue. The Real, and there's a whole bunch of others. And something that's kind of new to our city. So it's not just an increase, but something that's new to our city is the rise of violent crime. So we have armed robberies now. Like who would think that you would have armed robberies in Palo Alto, right? And shootings, right? What the heck? That we had just a few months ago. One of my son's classmates from Poly just were crossing the street, 10 o'clock in the morning, get stabbed, right? I mean, that's not the city that I think we expected to live in. We hear about regular parking garage fires, right? So there's issues after issue after issue. So I think we need to go back to basic city functions like crime prevention. I think that needs to be a number one priority for our city. People need to feel safe. It's kind of like Pavlov's pyramid, right? If you don't feel safe, I mean, not much else matters. So I think we need to nip it in the bud. And while there has been a general increase, it's not like our city where it's an all-time high. So we need to really focus on it. And I think this is a good year to focus on it. The second kind of basic city function, and it seems like almost everyone talked about it, so I think we're in general agreement here, is economic recovery. So I do agree with Councilmember Phillips, because I know a lot of other people in the business community. A lot of people are not coming back. A lot of people are continuing to work from home. So this work from home may be a permanent thing, and environmentally it's actually a good thing. So I think we should encourage it. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think from the environment, it's a really good thing. In fact, it's one of the probably greenest things we could do, because transportation is the majority of our greenhouse gas. So work from home is generally a good thing for the environment, which is helping with our sustainability goals. But it's really bad for our economy, right? So who's shopping at our stores, right? Who's eating at our restaurants, right? Who's staying at our hotels? That's a really really tough situation. And the thing about it, just like with crime, in fact, maybe more so than crime, most other cities, I talked to council members in Menlo Park, in Mountain View, East Palo Alto, no city got hit as hard economically as our city as a percentage basis. And I think one of the reasons, and I liked what Councilmember Phillips mentioned earlier, which is, I can Mountain View, I'm kind of envious of that for them, because they have one of the biggest revenue sources is the fact that they lease out city property at market rates. We do not do that. We generally heavily discount it, or it's near free. But Mountain View rents a lot of their city property out for market rates, and it brings a substantial amount of stable revenue to their city. And so I think that's something we really need to think about, because if this work from home is a permanent thing, which I actually hope it is, because environmental reason wise, it's way more efficient, way better for the environment. And then the second thing, besides thinking about the revenue, is thinking about our expenses on a long-term basis, especially in this super high inflation environment, right? We're at a 40-year high in terms of inflation, maybe even higher than that. And so we're going to see our labor costs driving up, our vendor costs, right? I looked at the consent calendars. Our vendor costs are also skyrocketing besides our labor costs. And so we have to think about that. How do we continue to provide the awesome city services to our residents, while at the same time all of our expenses are trying to zoom up while our revenue is like not coming back to where it used to be. And it's probably not going to, and probably not going to grow unless we do something fairly dramatic. So I've been looking at what are cities doing who are kind of economically depressed. What are they doing to try to create more economic activity? And I do agree with all of the comments about like kind of reviving our downtowns, because you go to our downtowns and it's a little scary, right? You see all these like for lease signs. It's very depressing. It's not good. We don't want a city like that. We want a vibrant downtown or downtowns for both Cal Ave and University Avenue. And so one of the things I've been doing is I've been talking to people from a lot of other cities. And one of the interesting ideas that I've heard as a way to also perhaps help economic recovery is, and probably the most famous example is Miami Coin. So a lot of people are embracing Bitcoin or cryptocurrency as a way to help with economic vibrancy. So these are large cities like New York City, Miami. I just came back from New York yesterday. There's even small cities smaller than ours. And these are not cities that are as tech forward as Palo Alto. So I think one thing we should think about is, perhaps something like a Palo Alto coin, or perhaps, thinking about Bitcoin as an anti-inflationary attempt for our council. Some cities are looking at using cryptocurrency as a way to hedge against inflation. I mean, I for one plan to take my council paycheck, even though it's super tiny, in Bitcoin, just for inflationary reasons.
And Member Tanaka, that might be something for the finance committee too. I think we're going to have that specific Bitcoin and use of that, because I think we are going to have time for that after lunch. So just as a placeholder.
I think it's a discussion that we should start having. I mean, a lot of cities have had this conversation, and I realize a lot of you may not be that involved in this area or may not know a lot about it. But one reason why cities are doing this and there's this push for city coins is because it keeps the money in the city. So like when there's a Miami coin, it's geofenced to be inside of Miami. And then also when people want to donate to the city, it stays within the city and they kind of know where it goes. It's all on the blockchain. And then people can also get credit for attending council meetings or helping out in volunteering or picking up trash. So there's this whole kind of economy that can develop around these city specific tokens.
So,
and it's been very very vibrant for other cities. And so I think that's something we should think about, especially given our technology focus and the fluency that our community has with technology.
Okay.
And just to touch on a couple other issues, and I realize Mary, I'm going a little bit over, but I noticed that some other council members went over like 5 minutes, right? So
we gave them a few. So go ahead.
Yeah. So I hope I generally don't take a lot of time, but I've been writing it down, but I know some people are like clocking over 5 minutes over the
no, please go ahead.
Okay,
please go ahead.
So yeah, so just to speak about mental health, I think that's a big issue, but it's something which, as a city, I have to think about how much can we do here, and then glass blowers, right? I mean, I also work from home, so I also are affected by this, and but it's something where it's just more about just better city operations. I don't know it needs to be a grand focus for the city, but I think things like economic recovery, crime, that's like an overarching goal, which if we don't have that, we don't have too much else. And then airplane noise, I am also really concerned about airplane noise, but I think it's more of a federal issue than a city issue. We should do what we can as a city, but it's very much a federal issue. So we need to get representatives more up on it and pushing harder. I want to acknowledge everyone who called in and the time you spent this morning giving us feedback. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Member Tanaka. And so at this point, we have an opportunity to take a lunch break. We'll go off camera for Mr. Mayor. How about until 12:45?
I
think try to come back a little
that's
early.
A little quick, 15 minutes for lunch. Yeah, let's go 12:50.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, we haven't finished this item, right? We're coming back to it.
Correct.
We'll come back to it.
Yeah, we haven't done any action yet. This has been the discussion.
And I've been summarizing what I'm hearing. I'm planning on coming back to you to give you just a very high level overview of where you seem to have alignment, hopefully to help that discussion. Okay. Have a nice lunch.
All right. And so right at 12:50.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. Oh, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, or the mountain should crumble to the sea, I won't cry, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. And darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me. Darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. Whenever you're in trouble, won't you stand by me? Oh, stand by me. Whoa.
Open your eyes, let it begin with me here. Brand new day, fresh new way to live. The morning is calling. Walk with me unto the sun. Everything is coming our way. Everything is coming our way. Everything is coming our way. My hand reaching out to you. Take it, darling, and lead me on. Yeah, everything is coming our way. Everything is coming our way. Everything is coming our way.
Sometimes in our lives, we all have pain, we all have sorrow. But if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Please swallow your pride if I have faith you need to borrow, for no one can fill those of your needs that you won't let show. You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. You just
thinking about the good things to come, and I believe it could be something good has begun. Ooh, I've been smiling lately, dreaming about the world as one, and I believe it could be someday it's going to come. 'Cause out on the edge of darkness, fear ride a peace train. Oh, peace train, take this country, take me home again. No, I've been smiling lately, thinking about the good thing to come, and I believe it could be something good has begun. Oh, peace train sounding louder, glide on the peace train. Yeah, come on now, peace train. Yes, peace train, holy roller. Everyone jump on the peace train. Yeah, come on now, peace train. Get your bags together, hoping your good friends too. 'Cause it's getting nearer, it will soon be with you. Come and join the living, it's not so far from you. And it's getting nearer, soon it will all be true. Oh, peace train sounding louder, glide on the peace train. Yeah. Come now on the peace train. Get on board. Oh, yeah. Get on board. Now I've been crying lately, thinking about the world as it is. Why must we go on hating? Why can't we live in bliss? 'Cause out on the edge of darkness, there rides a peace train. Oh, peace train, take this country, come take me home again. Oh, peace train sounding louder, glide on the peace train. Yeah. Come on now, the peace train. Yes, peace train, holy roller. Everyone jump on the peace train. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, come on, the peace train. Oh, come on now. It's the peace train. Coming, coming now. It's coming your way. Yeah. Get on board, 'cause the peace train is coming your way. Come on. Get on the peace train. Come on now. Get on board. Everyone jump on board. Get on the peace train.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. Oh, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, or the mountain should crumble to the sea, won't cry. I won't cry. No, I won't shed a tear. Just as long as you stand by me. And darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me.
Can I just thank the clerk for that? That was a lovely thing to come back to.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. And at this time, we're going to move into action. And there may be actually a way in which the agendized portion of this, the referrals to standing committees, dovetails with the priorities. And that is dependent on how the council feels about referring this idea of values to the Policy and Services Committee, which potentially would allow us to keep certain things that we really year after year think are critical to how we function as a city and an organization, and distinguishing that from the specific priorities of this year. So on that note, let me turn it back over to Mary and have her tell us what she thinks she heard.
Thank you. And the clerk is going to put the 4 slides back up that are the 4 current goals, the one slide with the 4 current goals. And so remember, these are priority areas for approximately 3 years. And there have been others like fiscal and environmental sustainability that were your priorities that ultimately were institutionalized as values. So I think, Mr. Mayor, that's what you're talking about. So if we can ask the clerk to go backwards a few slides to slide numbers, just start at slide number 7. That might be easiest for you. And what it is it's just a reminder of what our goals are, just for those following along. Thank you. Perfect. So it sounded like, based upon the notes that I was taking while we were all talking, I was listening to you, is that the goal of economic recovery perhaps needs to be retitled. There was some discussion about that it would be resiliency or just the ongoing stability of downtown, your dependence on visitors, creating more economic activities, and the other aspects of the pandemic that perhaps need to be rolled into that goal. The other one, the housing, there seemed to be general consensus that would continue. Climate change and adaptation as well. There was some discussion about the adaptation part, but that's already a part of this goal. There was some discussion, Councilmember Cormack initiated, about the social justice goal and whether or not that should instead be a value that is incorporated into all the city activities. And then finally, the one that we heard from several people is health. I wrote it down as healthy city, healthy community. And it has the element of public safety, mental health. You had identified noise and some of the air quality and quality of life goals. So that's my summation of what I heard from the council. And at this time, you would typically initiate your own suggestions to the group about what goals should be adopted at this point. So who would like to start? Oh, I see a member Cormack.
I'm happy to defer to the mayor if you wanted to begin.
No, go right ahead. If depending on whether others are ready, I would attempt a motion to try to capture.
That's what I was gonna.
Yeah.
I'll
go
just
right
start.
ahead.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right, so then I'll propose that for 2022, the city council's priorities be economic recovery and transition, climate change, protection and adaptation. And I'm open to wording here because I think that we always spend some time on that with housing. I guess I'll just start with, meeting our housing obligation. Sorry, I'm not sure where there was an echo. So I'll just start with that and see. Oh, sorry. And then D, we'll just put that in there so we can work with it. Healthy city, healthy community. We'll see if there's a second.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Stone. Would you like me to speak to it, Mayor Burt? Or Miss Egan?
Yeah, so as a motion, I'll go ahead and let me take this part.
Great.
Go right ahead.
All right. I think that Ms. Egan covered A well. If we do not have city finances, we cannot pay for all of the services this community expects. And we are at an inflection point, as Councilmember Phil said. With respect to B, I think there's general agreement that both of these things are important. I don't expect too much debate about that. With respect to C, we can certainly rephrase this as people wish, but it's undeniable that this is an important thing for our community and a crucial year for us to make some decisions. And then, again, as I mentioned during my earlier comments, thinking through the things that even have changed since we submitted our requests, I think, which were in November, maybe for the policy and services in December. I think the healthy city, healthy community enables us to address what, Mayor Burt called the post-traumatic stress disorder. I'll admit this week I had one of those, I wouldn't call it a wormhole day. I'd call it a groundhog day, as I was in 5 Zooms and I was like, I thought we were done with this. Now we're back. So it's certainly affecting all of us. And I think what this gives us an opportunity to incorporate many of the concerns that we saw in the written survey and that we heard in people who called in today. Let me just address the one thing that isn't in here in advance, which would be crime and safety. And I think we can have a broader discussion of that, perhaps not today, perhaps another time, but I'm persuaded this is an issue everywhere, and that there are many things to consider there. I think if we have a healthy community, it's one where people will feel safe. So I think it's embedded. And Councilmember Stone, I'm sorry, I shouldn't call on you. I'll let the mayor do that.
So Councilmember Stone, would you like to speak to your second?
Yeah, thank you. And I'm thanks, Councilmember Cormack, for making the motion. I'm in alignment with A and B. Just maybe a little wordsmithing on C and D, if Councilmember Cormack is open to it. I think on C, agreed on meeting our housing obligations, but I do think we need to specifically call out affordable housing there.
All right, how would you like to do that?
Let's see, meeting housing obligations with a
Emphasis.
focus on. Sorry. Yeah.
Emphasis, or yeah, sure.
Yeah, with an emphasis on affordable housing.
Works for me. That's a great improvement. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And then on D, wondering if you're willing to kind of accept the recommendation that I made on my first round of comments, that it would be a focus on, it would be just like community health and safety. Because although I do agree with you that, and as I said, kind of in my crime statistics, I mean, this is something that's not just impacting Palo Alto, but impacting the entire country, and crime trends actually seem to be on the rise around the world right now. And we can speculate all day on why that is, but we do know it is happening in Palo Alto. I think there is an increased concern about it. And this seems like a great way that we could maybe encompass so many of our concerns beyond community health, but also some of the public safety aspects that are being addressed. And as I mentioned too, that doesn't just focus on law enforcement, but also other areas such as code enforcement and fire and all those. So I'm wondering if you would be open to that change.
I'm interested in hearing from staff on it. It seems like more of an umbrella description than a priority. And I I would love a way for us to incorporate the safety concerns. So maybe could staff just touch on, how they would work with community health and safety as a priority?
Should that go to you?
Okay,
There you go.
sorry about that. I was trying to find that unmute button on all the windows I had open at the moment and was challenged to do so. Yes, we're certainly open to hearing the council's interest in how to scope that, basically what action lies behind the words. And so in general terms, let me just note that the priorities that you identify do allow us to take the next to-dos, whether it be specific assignments, budget actions that will be coming to you in May, and reprioritization of existing work, as the case may be. And so in so doing, and in fact, a big part of that within each of these focus areas, these priorities, will be the interdepartmental coordination necessary. I am a bit concerned that the healthy cities and safety may not be as easily interpreted for that kind of coordination. So would look forward to a further council discussion, and perhaps as you choose the words that are reflected in the priorities, that can help make clear to us how they're connected. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let me go ahead and accept that amendment for the time being, and let's hear what our colleagues have to say and see if the discussion, just as a reminder to everybody, we can make specific referrals on things when these come back. This isn't the one chance we have to discuss these topics. Let me just also ask the mayor quickly. You referenced earlier, do you want us to have referrals to committees in this main motion as well, or did you want to have that separately?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Let's do it separately, but
okay.
But if we have a tentative notion on where we may be headed, it could help inform our decision making here.
Okay, then I won't go ahead and include at this time referrals to committees. We can pick those up as we go. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Du Bois?
Yeah, so before I get to the motion, just some follow-up thoughts since I went quite a while ago.
Councilmember Du Bois, for some reason, your speaker is crackling right now.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, it's just crackling.
What I can do about that? Yeah, must be my internet.
All right, go ahead.
So on crime, I do agree it's one of the basic missions of the city, public safety. And I kind of primarily view it as part of the budget process. I'm not sure it should be a strategic focus. I'm not sure the council needs to make a lot of policy calls and kind of a 3-year strategy beyond perhaps funding the police force. So I'm struggling with that one. Some of the comments that, just again, going back, we're in the middle of implementing the business tax. Again, this idea of kind of the entire community helping pay the way. I thought the comments about a Stanford payment in lieu of tax were interesting. And again, we see things like Yale contributing an additional $60 million to their city on their tax exempt properties. So again, and then just underlining again some of my first round comments in the general work plan, follow through on fiber, completing the Roth building, the tree ordinance, Cubberley, even some parkland dedication with Bixby Park and some other areas. And so when I get to the 3 priorities, I do think it's always tempting that we make something so broad that we get 5 or 6 priorities under one label. And I think Councilmember Cormack said it early on that we should be focused and specific. And I'm not really clear what's in, what's out on community health and safety. I'm concerned it's a bit of an umbrella kind of item. My suggested priorities would be climate change, really a focus on developing a community serving business mix. I really, and I'll get into it in a second. And the third one I'd like to make a pitch for is really streamlining some of our city processes. So, you know, first of all, why not housing? Again, the housing element is our policies and programs for housing for the next 8 years. It's part of the comp plan. It updates the comp plan. It's something we're doing. And, you know, we've had housing as a priority for 5 of the last 6 years. I feel like it's really operationalized, and I didn't really see us needing to burn one of our 3 priorities on housing. And so, again, to get back, sustainability, I think there's a lot of alignment. I'm not going to say much about that. I really do think we should move away from this idea of economic recovery. Again, we heard a lot in the updates today that were things, you know, dealing with COVID and not so much recovery. But really, I absolutely believe we need to plan for an economic shift. And I really want to move beyond discussing recovery and really focusing on economic development. I think recovery suggests a return to what was before. And I think we have a really unique challenge and a unique opportunity at this point in time to think about our business mix, take steps to rebalance our commercial areas for people here, assuming that there's going to be permanent work, remote work, assuming more telecommuting. And I don't really think it's for any particular part of the city. I think it's a vision for all of our commercial cores, not just downtown, Cal Lab, Town and Country, Edgewood, Elma Village, Charleston. So, you know, I would like to kind of reword that and really make it about a community serving business mix. And then finally, I want to make a strong pitch for streamlining city processes. I think this is actually pretty similar to this idea of a business mix, that we have a unique challenge and opportunity in the operations of the city. You know, we made required budget cuts a couple of years ago. We eliminated many open positions. We closed services which couldn't be used under COVID. And rather than talk about restoring services and going back as we were before, I think we need to really examine how we deliver services, job design, and as a council, I think we could focus on investing differently. So, you know, what could be streamlined? How can we use technology? How can we shift delivery models? And I really think that could have one of the largest long-term impacts on our city, and it really warrants some serious consideration. I know focus on kind of back office is not particularly sexy or engaging, but you know, I think it could address some of our compensation challenges, our recruiting and retention issues, service recovery, quality of life for our residents, and long-term kind of fiscal soundness of the city. So I'll try some friendly amendments kind of where I am, and see if there's any appetite. But the first one would really be to delete C. Again, I think it's a value, and I think we've operationalized it, but it doesn't need to be a priority this year.
I'm unwilling to accept that. Interested to hear what my seconder has to say.
Well, no, if you're not accepting it,
Okay,
it's not
great.
accepted.
Then I'm unwilling
Is
to
there
accept
a second to the amendment?
Second.
Okay, so thank you. So, and I do have another friendly amendment, but just to finish this one off, again, I'm not saying we're anti-housing or against housing. I'm saying we're committed to completing our work plan and housing element this year, which is all of our programs and policies. And that's going to consume a lot of our time, and I'm not sure we really will be doing much beyond that.
Okay, so why don't you go ahead and offer any other amendment you have, and then we can decide how we parse those on voting.
Okay, I mean, do you want Councilmember Ku to talk about this one?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Councilmember Ku, did you want to talk to your second?
You know, we have the housing element that we're working on right now. There's a working group working on it. But also there's all the state legislation that is coming forward that is really taking it out of our hands in terms of how we do housing and what emphasis we put it on and so forth. So we still continue on the effort. We've continued that for many years now. I don't know if it's only 3 years. I think it's gone longer. Really in addressing the grand jury report, I think there's, comparing us with Mountain View is a little bit different, in terms of Mountain View is actually increasing all of their housing in every way. It has more to do with the business model that they have, which is for their businesses in order to have housing. And not to review Palo Alto's efforts in making sure that we're addressing housing, especially the affordable part of it, which is the below market subsidized ones, and limiting our office growth is it's unfortunate. So it doesn't really tell a true story of two cities. Yeah. So I think that we still continue with our housing and looking into actually doing the right thing, instead of falling into the political bucket of just talking about housing and doing housing and really not accomplishing much. But more so, I think that we also have to focus on what are the other things that are needed to complement housing. So thank you.
Thanks. So I'll go ahead and go. I take it back. Let's go ahead and just take on this amendment, and then we'll continue. So I actually had been interested in retaining the housing priority that we had last year for social and economic balance. And first, yes, we have housing element momentum, and that's driven largely by obligation to meet the RHNA requirements. But we have housing is something we have not had the success on that we're aiming for. When folks have talked about having met our market rate housing in this RHNA cycle that we're just ending, that amount is 1/3 the amount of the current one. So we have great challenges ahead of us. And the biggest challenges are for social and economic balances. And one of the social balance elements I've been raising is that RHNA treats all housing units the same. A micro unit studio is treated the same as a 3-bedroom home. And so it incentivizes cities to have just non-family housing, and the market is favoring non-family housing. And so that's a real challenge for our community. But we have policies, we have zoning changes that we have not done, which are potentially major. I want to see certain commercial areas rezoned for housing. We have the housing element, and we have significant funding for affordable housing that is unmet. We have some dollars in our housing fund. They're nowhere near what we need to have to accelerate this process. So I'm going to, if this does not pass, I'll be recommending that we actually have housing for social and economic balance as we did last year. Councilmember Philseth.
Thanks. Well, I guess I don't have to talk much because I agree 100% with what the mayor just said. I think I like the phraseology from last year much better than this one. I think it's much more aligned with what the community wants, and I think. Well, we'll go off a second here. I think the Councilmember Du Bois's comment is suggestion is very interesting, right? Which is, the main focus this year is getting the housing element done, and I sort of see that as the central nexus for everything we do, and so we got to get that done. But it's already operationally under the working group, right? And we've got a process to get there. Now, it's more than the working group. The council has to approve it. So in my mind, if we keep this as a top priority, it's because the council has to go. It's because doing the housing element is actually a council thing, not just a working group thing. So that's the argument in my opinion, for keeping this at the top level, which is the council involvement in the housing element. What I don't like about the way it's phrased as possible is, what do you mean by obligations, right? If the obligation is to deliver a housing element, then I agree that we have to do that. If the obligation is to deliver the affordable housing component of our arena target, I mean, everybody knows that nobody is going to do that, okay? We're all got a striking chance of hitting our market rate target, and nobody's going to come close to hitting their affordable target. And Plan Bay Area is not even says that, okay? Plan Bay Area overall says, without $500 billion in new funding that nobody knows where will come from, we're not going to hit the affordable housing target. And I think that applies to all of us, right? So I'm uncomfortable signing up for an obligation that we know we're not going to hit, if that makes sense, right? If the obligation means to deliver the housing element, that's one thing. If it means to actually build all that, unless we get a lot of money, okay, then we all know it's not going to happen. I have a problem with that. But so I like the last year's phraseology better, which I think better aligns the community to what the community wants, which is, for all the reasons the mayor just said. Thanks.
And so I'd like to remind everybody, it's 1:15. We're due to have a stop at 2 o'clock, and we still have to do the referrals. I see Councilmember Du Bois, you have your hand raised again. Unless it's very quick, I want to move on to a vote on your amendment.
Yeah, super quick. Just again, I'm not implying that council doesn't spend the housing. The housing element's going to come to council. We're going to spend a lot of time on it, and it's going to include a lot of what the mayor talked about. My point was we don't need to make it a priority. That's
got it. We heard that the first when you made the motion.
Yeah.
Okay. Clerk, would you call the roll on just the amendment by Councilmember Du Bois?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Du Bois?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Koo?
Yes.
Clerk, we lost you.
Sorry, Councilmember Stone?
No.
Councilmember Tanaka?
No.
Councilmember Cormack?
No.
Mayor Burt?
Yes.
And Councilmember Philsett?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-.
I'm sorry. Did I incorrectly vote? I meant to say no. Did I say that?
Okay.
I know you said yes.
I misspoke. I'm sorry.
Okay, I had 4 no's and 3 yeses, so
Okay.
motion fails.
All right. So then I had my hand up next on.
If I could do the.
Well,
the
let me continue on C and then let you return to other. Since we're on C.
Okay.
And so I would like to propose that we change C to housing for social and economic balance as we had last year.
Second.
Hello, I'm happy to accept that.
Great.
Councilmember Philsett.
And the seconder?
I'm happy to accept that as well. Thanks for that word
Great.
change.
Okay, Councilmember Du Bois.
Super efficient. Well, so again, back to what I was saying, I understand a lot of interest in community health and safety. I feel like it's a big umbrella topic. So I will attempt this, and if there's no support, but again, I would replace, my motion would be to replace D with a focus on streamlining of city processes.
And I will not accept that.
Is there any second?
Yeah, I'm the one who calls for that. So I see no second.
So I'm not interested in replacing D, but I do think streamlining city process is a good idea because I think that could go a long way. But maybe that should go under A or maybe be separate. But I don't think I'm not supportive.
That's
of
not a
replacing D.
second. Okay. So then I had my hand raised next, and I'll just say that I support these, just a couple comments. The question of whether we have a transition or a recovery economically, I think it's clearly both. It's not one or the other. We're not abandoning our prior economy. We are wanting to restore it and then include the transitions that are amongst what I think we're all in agreement are happening, and how do we embrace those. So I think both are quite important. And we had discussions after the dot-com boom busted and the Great Recession, and in each case it was as though we have a new normal. And in reality, there were differences, but the strongest part of the recovery was in fact recovery, and there were transitional elements. On climate change, glad we have the adaptation. Actually, the discussion around climate impacts was one that we had last year. I recommended that we move from just climate change to including adaptation, and the council unanimously supported that. So that's already within that priority. And then the community health and safety. I support it the way it's written because, the healthy community, healthy city, I think is a value, and there's crossover in this case between what may be what we consider as values this year and what is a priority. But healthy community, healthy city, in my mind, is probably more broad and less defined than this. They're both broad categories, but I think this is actually more focused. And yes, there are regional and statewide and national public safety and crime issues, but we have a focus here. We had 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, actions that were drastic cuts to our police and significant cuts to our fire department. We have, I think, had historically had 11 investigators, and we have 3 today. I was hearing from a friend who had her car stolen, and we don't have the capacity to send an investigator for an automobile theft, not a bicycle theft. A car theft is how thin our police are. And what we're doing is we're expecting our police department to run from one urgency to another. It's our downtown. No, it's Altair. No, it's many other problems. We don't have the staffing today that this community has historically had in our police department, nor our fire department. And we need to grapple with that reality, and we need to engage the community to understand that we have limitations on our resources and needs to be able to restore that. I hear far too often these refrains of, oh, we're just, there must be all these dollars floating around. These are our libraries that are half closed. This is our police department that has been slashed in a way we haven't done in decades, and all kinds of other services. So that'll be a big part of our job as community leaders, to communicate with the community the reality of the challenges that we face and how many of them were disguised. The cuts that were made 2 years ago, the impacts of those took a couple years to creep up on us, or were not visible in the first year of COVID. So this is going to be a big challenge ahead of us. Councilmember Coop.
I wanted to just go back to what the city manager said. Yeah, each of these are pretty widely defined. I mean, we can define it many different ways. And does there need to be action items under each of these so that there's also more focused on what we're looking at, wanting to do, and giving staff better direction to the mayor?
Yeah. City manager, do you have any quick thoughts on that?
Sure. What we have done previously is come back to council after you've set your priorities with a work plan associated with each one. And that may be the best way to ensure that we've captured what you expect to actually occur during a year.
And when do you expect to see that come to council?
Well, it depends on how broadly these are defined. So that's the chicken and the egg issue. I think we're going to wrestle with the ones that are already existing. I think are pretty straightforward. The ones that are a little more amorphous will take a little more work. So I don't have a specific timeline in mind, but we'll work with staff in the upcoming week just to get our heads together.
I would add that I don't see these as any more broad than past council priorities.
Okay. Within the first quarter?
Oh, yes. Well, we're already halfway through the first quarter. So at least as far as items for the agendas go. So for example, community health and safety, I do think may take some time for us to kind of figure out what exactly we would bring back to you. And then ultimately it's a further council discussion in defining the follow-up actions.
Okay.
But Councilmember Koo, even on Monday, we're going to have the mid-year budget, and that won't be a totality of a plan, but it will be potentially a significant step in how we might consider the resources.
I appreciate you bringing that up, because then at least all of us council members can start looking at that mid-year review and budget and in that manner. So thank you.
And if I could just confirm, I also would not want the council to believe that the work plans coming back is an insignificant effort in and of itself. That again, the staff and all of the departments that would have, for example, community health and safety, will need to get together and identify what we'll propose to the council as the work plan for the year. And then, quite frankly, I would expect the report writing will take a little bit of time. And then the council, when you have your discussion, if these have gone as they have in the past, will add a few other things onto the table. So that's the real process going forward, I would expect.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, a couple thoughts on this. So on A, I shudder to broaden it even more, but I think maybe it's appropriate, right? Is that it seems like we're sort of coalescing around some stuff here, but it seems like we're objecting to the word recovery, and because of the implication that we're going back to where we were before. And what if we got rid of that word and said it's, and again, this is broad, but said it, really what we're talking about here is the post-pandemic economy of Palo Alto, and start narrowing it from there.
I would say the word "and" covers it. We're not recovery or transition. We're not transition instead of recovery. We're not recovery instead of transition. It's "and."
I would second that if it's not accepted.
I don't think he's actually made an amendment. I'm waiting. If it's an amendment, I'm happy to
Okay,
respond.
I'll try an amendment here. Rename A the post-pandemic. Rename A Palo Alto post-pandemic economy.
I regret I can't accept that, cannot accept that. And I will tell you why, because if you talk with any of the businesses that are currently here, they still want us to focus on recovery, right? So I think the mayor is absolutely right. We have to do both.
Post-pandemic economy and recovery.
Well,
do you think it's going to change what the staff is doing?
If I might, we aren't talking about a recovery that isn't post-pandemic. It's pretty implicit there.
I understand. We're splitting word hairs here.
So
but I'm
if
sort
we're
of trying to separate the past from the future and try to capture the notion of what Tom was saying, which is it's not going to be the same as it was.
Yeah, I would argue that the transition part, the "and" transition, accomplishes that. There's no need to reference pandemic. We could do it, but there's no need to, because it's pretty strongly implicit in what recovery we're talking about.
Okay, I'll listen to what other council members think of that.
Okay.
The second thing I was going to suggest is, in an effort to winnow some of these down, should we try to put a couple of, I mean, at risk of having lots and lots of these, right? Putting, a couple of high-level bullet points between some of these. So when we talk about community health and safety, a couple of bullets could be crime, mental health, stuff like that. But should we try to define those a little further in terms of at least what we see as some of the top priorities, not necessarily be exhaustive?
That would be really helpful for staff.
I'm absolutely willing to contemplate that if the mayor is amenable.
Yeah, I think it's important that we don't put them within the priority itself, but supplemental to the priority. So it's directive to staff. They can have it in, we even have it, they extracted last year some 1 or 2 sentence narratives under some of what we've done. But I think if we start having a bunch of bullets under a priority, then the priority is not succinct enough. But I think it's important guidance. Just how we structure it formally. I think it's supplemental to priorities, not part of the priority.
The delineation between whether it's at the end or intermixed is one that I don't have a strong religion about, as long as we do that.
Yeah, and we need to recognize we're at 1:30, and so we're going to have challenges trying to, if we have contention on what that should be, then we're not going to be able to accomplish it today. Okay. Who else would like to speak to the motion?
Did we end up with a motion on A, or we just dropped it?
It was not accepted.
Yeah.
And I didn't ask for a...
Okay.
Member Tanaka, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. So I hear the city manager asking for us to try to narrow some of these down. And so I'm going to try to attempt something on D. Hopefully it will be a friendly amendment. But I think that crime prevention has really bubbled to the top, especially this year. So I'd like to propose that on D, we change community health and safety to community health and crime prevention. And so I'm just wondering whether the maker would accept, and if not, if there's anyone else that would support.
I'm not going to accept that because I think safety encompasses more than crime prevention. Safety encompasses bike safety. And I think it better captures all of the things that are important to the community.
And I don't hear a second. Okay, Councilmember Tanaka, anything else?
That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Koo.
So did we say that it's okay to put some bullet points under certain these 4 under these priorities?
Yeah, I would recommend that if we do it not as a modification of the priority, but as guidance to staff on the intent.
Okay, thank you so much. So with that as guidance to staff for item C, if we could consider adopt the Palmer Act and also to look into no net loss of housing and commercial development.
The clerk put that under the wrong bullet. There you go. Go all the way back and we'll add it under C.
So
these are just guidance, right?
Yeah, and let me just offer a suggestion on the guidance. If we attempt to get very granular, we've got about 3 hours on that. Each of us have lists of specifics to work plans, as opposed to greater clarity on categories or intent. That's a specific recommendation that I happen to agree with, but I would really encourage us to look at, for instance, under community health and safety, what are the major categories that we're talking about, including crime prevention and things like that. But getting into a very specific program action that I agree with you on, I think is granular.
Okay, well, then let me just withdraw that because I do think that we need to address that in terms of really looking into the low-hanging fruit that is there, and that's one way of taking care of that matter. So in that case, then I withdraw my. I will stop talking, basically.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
I just wanted to bring my colleagues' attention to the fact that Councilmember Koo was elected vice mayor earlier this year, and I think we've all forgetting that today. So I just wanted to remind us to address her as vice mayor.
Thank you.
We did have some clarifying language under D. Do we need to put that back? We were starting to give staff a little bit of guidance about what that means. And since that's a new priority, that might be quite helpful for staff as they try to dissect what this council needs and wants in that goal.
Sounds good. Okay, Council Member Du Bois.
Yeah, I try to be quick. I do think I heard air quality come up a couple of times under D, so I would add that to the list. And then I want to go back to A because I still think, well, at least I may have a disagreement. Again, I think this idea of and it would be maybe a clarifying point to see if we agree on this post-pandemic mix implies that it may not be recovery. I don't want, if our current mix does not make sense, I don't want staff to be under the guise that our direction is that we need to save every business. I think what I'm trying to suggest is we step back and we look at what makes sense post-pandemic, and maybe some of what we have today doesn't make sense. And so I think there's a conflict between saying recovery and transition. Maybe the mayor doesn't think of it that way, but I'm not sure what the meaning of recovery is, other than if you just mean from the city's perspective. I think it's a question of whose perspective we're talking about.
Okay, well, I will say that I think we had that discussion already and had a vote on that. And I would argue that I don't have any problem with and it's both
No,
things.
I'm saying that we would add
I just say that there are that I would say that the biggest economic aspect of what will be happening in the community is recovery, and the second is these changes, but both are real and important. And it's not, we're not going to see that our economy is unrecognizable going forward. It will be different.
I'm suggesting a little I that council would spend some time on what is our vision for our commercial cores.
Okay, so if we're into this period of the clarification, so let's not attempt to modify the
right. So I'm saying
priorities. Make a recommendation on something specific.
Yeah, I'm saying that the a little I would include some idea of a cohesive vision for our commercial cores.
Okay.
I'm happy to accept that. I made a statement earlier that we need to do that for downtown. It's not true. It's equally true for elsewhere. I guess my concern as I accept this is to check in with staff. This is like, I think 5 work streams probably.
Well, I would say I don't think it's, we already have within our economic development plan something that is quite similar to this. I think what I heard Councilmember Du Bois say is cohesive vision for our commercial cores.
Yes, thank you. Is my voice still scratchy?
No, it's better.
No.
Okay, thanks. I was trying to
clear your throat.
Thanks.
Thank
you.
Yes, I'm happy to accept that.
Me too.
Member Koo has her hand up.
Yep, I'm keeping an eye on folks.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Cormack. I wanted to see if you would also accept under D for little I, the addition of noise.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay.
Yes.
I see back, Councilmember Cormack.
Well, since we're adding things to DI, which I refrained from earlier, I just wanted to add something, and I guess I'll just phrase it as, belonging. a sense of belonging. This could be strengthening our neighborhoods. This could be, other kinds of work, but I just wanted to capture sort of something broader that really gets at the mental health angle. So if hopefully Councilmember Stone will be amenable to that.
100%. Thank you.
I'll just say I agree with the notion. I'm struggling with that we're stating both mental health and sense of belonging, but one is the sense of belonging is maybe upstream on the mental health issue, and I guess I'm okay unless there's just I understand. I agree with the concept. I'm just looking at any wordsmithing, whether that's the best way to phrase it, but if nobody comes up with anything better, I'm good with it too. All right. Anyone else have any other sub-bullet guidance for staff on any of the priorities? Then in that case, why don't we go ahead and take the vote? Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac,
Yes.
Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Bravo. Okay, so should we move on to referrals? And is the council interested in this notion of referring ideas for policy and services to look at enduring values?
Perhaps just as I don't know if I'll call it point of order or what's the right way to interject here, Mr. Mayor. Did want to let the council know that if, as we're getting close to 2 o'clock, you wanted to move the discussion of the committee work plans to an upcoming council agenda, then we can juggle that accordingly. This is clearly a topic that we can take up almost on any agenda, so we would fit in among the time-sensitive items already scheduled.
That sounds good to me if it's good with everybody else. Okay, thanks. And what do folks think about referring to P&S, this concept of values?
Did we just say we were going to do that as a separate item, or we're going to try to do it now?
Well, we have on this actual agenda is referrals to P&S, and this is the one that seems so tied in with the priorities that I think since we all have been grappling with those subjects, this would be an ideal time to do it in my mind.
If I can speak to it, I raise my hand.
Sure.
I like the idea. I think every year, and I still felt like we got caught up in a little bit this year, this difference between kind of values and ongoing commitments that for us as a council versus what's a strategic priority. And we sometimes we try to talk about the retreat, we never have enough time. So I would support that idea.
Great. Councilmember Cormac?
My only hesitation is doing a two-step process of referrals to P&S is that sometimes it's good to see them in their entirety so we can do some prioritization. P&S traditionally only meets once a month. So that's my only concern. I absolutely support it being a referral, but I'm just concerned about us not looking at the work in its entirety.
I'm not following what you're saying. Are you talking about?
I have a list of other things I'd also like to refer to policy.
Oh yeah, and I'm saying that a question first. We have just a few minutes left today, and I think a bunch of us have other referrals who are interested in policy and services. I was suggesting this one because it's so integrally linked with the priority setting that we did today.
And I don't disagree. I just think that we should look at the referrals to P&S in their entirety in conjunction with what they already have, in case we would think differently and we don't want to just give them 10 things. But it's just it's a procedural thing about the scope of work.
Okay, well, I would City Manager, did you have something on that?
Sure. Just again, not specific to this item, but perhaps applicable to all referrals. I will want the council to keep in mind the question of what's the expectation for staff report work that would lead into the committee discussion. And for this one in particular, I'm not clear what it would be, but I think it's an important item for the council to consider.
Yeah, I would envision that this does not involve staff work. These are a statement of values and attempting to capture what are and to place in a way that codifies for the community and for councils what have been or will be, and I would argue primarily have been guiding values that inform and guide all of our work. And so I wouldn't anticipate staff work in advance of that, but I would anticipate that it would inform us that as staff does ongoing work, that things like fiscal responsibility or sustainability is part of an overlying filter through which staff actions and staff work plans would be made. Social justice would be a filter through which we would look at what we do. Same thing with environmental sustainability, and I think to a great degree already with healthy cities and healthy communities. Now there would be then ways in which we might have specific elements as well as that it's a filter, but adopting those in themselves don't create a new work plan in my mind. And I don't think it would really change the values. It would make it more clear so that we don't year after year debate whether to have a value be listed as a near-term focus and priority. So that's how I'd frame it. Others have any thoughts on whether we should make such referrals, or I don't, those four that I listed may not be all inclusive. I think it's possible that they cover what this council and others have embraced as enduring values, but I don't want to imply that it's stipulating to the Policy and Services Committee that that's necessarily what they'd select and recommend to the council.
So are you looking for a second or?
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and, I'll make it as a motion then, that we refer to Policy and Services Committee to recommend to the council a set of values that would continue as over successive years as values of the city and the community, and that the Policy and Services Committee consider the following, but not be limited to: 1, fiscal sustainability; 2, social justice; 3, healthy city, healthy community; and 4, environmental sustainability. And
I see the city manager's hand is still up. Did you?
first I want to see whether there's a
Okay.
second, then we can go back to him. And I don't see a second.
I'll second.
Okay. All right. So I think I've spoken to it. Vice Mayor Koo?
I support this, coming up with some values that we can fall back on in determining our priorities. So yes.
Okay. And so before going to the council, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I did want to note for the council's awareness that we do have a set of values that are appearing in your annual budget document. They actually predate me, but such as they are, just for your awareness, they are quality, courtesy, efficiency, integrity, and innovation. So we can certainly drill down on that if you'd like to, but just want to make sure that you have that in
Well,
your
that's
awareness.
interesting. That sounds like that is an internal administrative set of values as opposed to a city government set of values. Those sound quite different, and I don't disagree with them, but those are internal operational values as I would interpret what you just read.
And again, I don't know how they were established. I will read to you just real quickly the lead in. It says, the government of the city of Palo Alto exists to promote and sustain a superior quality of life in Palo Alto. In partnership with our community, our goal is to deliver cost-effective services in a personal, responsive, and innovative manner. And then proceeds to list those values.
Well, I'd be glad for Policy and Services Committee to see if they need to reconcile that or whether that really is a statement that reflects kind of how we administer and deliver services versus what the community values are. But Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. So two things to add. Well, first, I think the list of values that the city manager just read is really more about how we do our work and not what kind of work we do. So it's not that those aren't important, but those seem to me more about the delivery. And I would say, and I don't know if this would make sense as an amendment, or we can all just listen and do it. Those of us who are on policy and services, but for me, these values would come into being if they were actually incorporated in staff reports. So, for example, we have an economic impact in our staff report. What if we also had, a paragraph in each of these? Now we have one about community engagement. So that's not in this list. So I think policy and services will have some work to do about what the list is and how to integrate it. And I don't know about the continue over successive years. I mean, maybe we could just say a set of enduring values. Would you be open to changing that terminology?
Well, yeah, so I've used that term, and why don't we?
Whatever, it doesn't really matter. We don't, but I always hesitate to
so I think
bind.
we're in agreement on the sense,
Intent.
and the rest is at this point trying to be semantical, which the nuances matter, but I think that will be an outcome of the discussion, not an input.
Yeah, I just always hesitate to bind to attempt to bind a future council. So then I think
I'm sorry, I just say I don't know what's enduring if it's not successive years.
So it will be important for policy and services to put this in the context, I think, of staff reports, which is, where a lot of the initial analysis is done. But I appreciate this as a way of segregating the things that are important to us and the things that are important for us to do that year.
Great. Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so I'm reading this and I kind of get the basic idea, but it just seems like this is like a bit duplicative to what we're trying to do with the priorities. Because I can also think some other things that are also important that's not here that probably would also continue over successive years, like crime prevention. So I don't know if the maker and seconder could talk a little bit about your thoughts about that, because I'm just trying to understand. We just talked about our priorities. I'm just trying to think about how this meshes to, what we just voted on, and how this is going to differ from that.
Well, I would say that a healthy community and a healthy city would include that, and that within each of these are major subtopics and elements. So they're not attempting to delineate every element that goes into fiscal sustainability or into social justice. These are at a higher level than what you described, is what I would say. They're not in conflict with it in any way.
But what about like the city priorities we just discussed? So how does this? I'm just trying to get maybe more clarity.
Well, as our council guidelines state about priorities, they're supposed to be deliberate focused areas for up to 3 years, and this is what are values that are enduring. So that's the difference.
Okay, it seems really, I don't know if the city manager could comment on, I just want to make sure that when we ask the staff to do stuff, that it's pretty clear to them. So is this really crystal clear?
We're not
clear to
asking
you?
staff to do something. We as a council are making policy decisions.
Well, I mean, back to Councilmember Cormack's point, right? I mean, it's each, maybe actually we're all the same, but year after that, it's gonna be different, right? So it just seems a little bit ambiguous to me here.
Okay. All right. On that note, why don't we call the vote on this item motion?
Yes, sir. Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth,
Sure.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Great. And returning to our agenda, Mary,
Right.
I think we're in the wrap-up mode. Is that correct?
We are in the wrap-up mode, and I think the discussion, the balance of the discussion about committee work, the ad hoc committee will be moved to a future council meeting. And as the city manager said, that can just be picked up whole and moved. So that's what we will do. And so at that point, I just want to make sure with the staff, while we've got everyone here, that there is sufficient clarity on what the next step is with the values discussion. Is that something that you think you can support the committee in preparing for? Do you have additional questions, Mr. City Manager?
Well, I think as the council discussed, this is really a committee discussion and ultimately council, and so would not expect there to be substantive report writing necessary. I do suspect that there will be community interest in this topic, and as such, we'll have to perhaps set up our timing and see what it draws out in terms of additional community input.
Can you just give us, for the public's assistance on this, what is the next step for you? So you will take the adopted goals priorities from today and build a recommended work plan that will be submitted to council for their guidance and thoughts, and then it'll be adopted as an action plan. Is that correct?
Correct. Over the past couple of years, we've done that individually for each item. So we'll take a look as to whether that would make sense, or given, as the council has discussed, there's quite a bit of overlap among the different priorities that could lend itself to bring it forward as a single item. But again, we'll need to discuss it among staff, including a timeframe.
Excellent. With that, is there any final comments or thoughts, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I see that Vice Mayor Ku and Councilmember Du Bois have their hands raised.
Thank you. I don't know who was first. Let's say Vice Mayor Ku.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure I understand, Ms. Egan, that what you're saying is that because I have some things I would like to refer to committees, right? So that's not going to happen today, but we're going to pick up and go to another meeting and we'll take care of that there. So it's not finished today.
That's correct. It'll be agendized for a future meeting, and the assistant city manager and the city manager will find as soon of a date we can bring that forward. So you'll be seeing that again.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Du Bois?
I had a quick one on protocols and procedures. When are we going to cover that? Or maybe I could just mention it.
Why don't you go ahead, and that will be guide the
discussion.
discussion.
We actually have probably a more substantive input from the council, and it's a valid question when we would be able to do it. Mr. City Manager, do you envision that we've had both input from council members on tightening input to staff on tightening clarity on and suggestions to the standing committee on that, or we could agendize a discussion on that at an upcoming council meeting.
Sure. As it happens, the protocols and procedures document is, I'm sure most council members are aware of, that is currently being reformatted per council direction. And so that comes back, I believe it's March. So Deputy City Manager Gaines, could you confirm and where that will go to next?
Yes, thank you. We are working with the consultant per the council's direction last year to clean up the document, and we plan to bring a draft to the Policy and Services Committee in March.
So I would suggest that when we have the cleaned up document, it will become much easier to decipher and follow, and then to make substantive changes to the.
Yeah, I actually don't have a change to the document, but I would say it's been with Policy and Services for like 3 years, and maybe it should come to council. But there was a letter from one of the public about aligning our Muni code with our practice around getting reports out 11 days before a meeting. That one's kind of outside of the protocol. It's really about the Muni code. And I just wanted to say that I would support that idea that we update our Muni code to reflect that practice that we've had for quite a while.
I'm happy to take a look if our code is not in alignment with the council's current rule. We can bring that forward as staff if there's a misalignment there.
Okay, thank you.
So next step is to figure a date that the committee work will be discussed, and we will get that out to council as soon as we can. And with that, Mr. Mayor, do you want to make any closing comments?
I'll just say that I think we got our work done today. It was a good outcome of what I think are refined and focused priorities that reflect our current needs and the environment that we find ourselves in, and that we also have moved the ball forward in having a better set of definitions and for this process going forward, and I think over the course of this year, as we have work coming back from Policy and Services Committee to the full council, we'll continue on this path. Anyone else have any last comments or playlists that they want to play or anything? Yeah. All right, well, thank you. And I guess I also want to say we had a great public participation today. And I hope that the public recognizes that many of the items that are not explicitly within our priorities are being acknowledged and attempt to be captured in the work plan within the context of the priorities. And that we modified our priorities to be inclusive in ways that would capture most of what we think we heard today, and it was very valuable input. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you.